Good morning, beautiful humans, as my husband likes to say. It is Friday, August 21st. I had a little bit of technical difficulties, but let's go. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties this morning. Nothing wanted to work, but at least my daughter got to school on her own, and that wasn't the issue. I'm going to have the dog freaking out in a minute because people are about to get here, and when that happens, he needs to go say hi, so I'll have to get up. But obviously, we didn't miss anything. Unless I don't even know if they're. I doubt they're even at sidebar yet. LNS, welcome, family hug, and more bros. So, guys, I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like we're only hearing from one more expert today. And I don't know what changed. I don't know what changed, but everybody's telling me she's an amazing expert. When I say everyone, I mean people like you out there in chat. So that's exciting. And then it sounds like the defense is going to rest, and the prosecution had plenty of extra time to make sure they had their rebuttal witnesses lined up. So we should seamlessly roll into their rebuttal witnesses, which, I mean, can it take much longer than, a day and a half? I don't know. Oh, dog's going to start banging at the door. All right, stand by, you guys. All right, it's probably going to start banging to come right back in any minute. Love my doggy, though. Midwife Shells said, I heard she compromised herself with a social media post about the stand-in yesterday. Well, I heard that there's no chance in hell that was actually her social media. But I don't know. She's like a world-renowned expert. That would be like, I don't know, really bizarre. Like, not only bizarre, but like, just like as if someone who didn't understand their job, or that they can't. And this is a woman who's a renowned expert. So, but I'll tell you a story. And not that I like admitting it, but I know it goes to what Bob said yesterday, because when I told him when we were having this conversation, I was like, "Oh my god." Um, so I was couldn't get on with Bob yesterday because events unfolded that had me have to go pick up Scarlett early from volleyball, had to get her to a doctor, had to run around, so I didn't get on. So then when I'm like, get home and like take care of some other stuff, I'm looking at my text and it's something about um this something about what is it, Michelle Spinelli, and something about people talking about this. And I say, what is that, his wife? You know, like I'm confused. And because I thought someone said, I think it was also why did she do that, or why would she do that or something, and I was like, "Oh, is that his wife?" And then, of course, Bob explains that she is the expert. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, there's my implicit bias. I just assumed she was a woman. I mean, a man," which I'm shocked I would have such an implicit bias. It's bizarre to me, but I saw it there, right? No denying it. I did it, you know? And when I said that to Bob, he was like, "Oh, that's funny because I did the same thing with the chaplain." And then told the story about the riddle, which most of you here were with him yesterday. But if you don't know the riddle, it's about the father and the son who get um in the car crash, get in a horrible accident. If people don't know it, I'll continue with it, but I think most people heard it yesterday. Um, which is like a riddle we've told in our house to our kids and to their friends as they're growing up, just to see, does it still exist? Like it had run its course because women have done so much, you know, um, that it wouldn't carry over. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't carry over. People be like, yeah, you know. Um, I mean, it's a short riddle, so I guess I should just tell it now because there's some of you out there who wouldn't have heard it. So but I know Bob told it yesterday. So for those of you who did, and those of you who know it, because it's an old one, it's all right. So father and his son get into a horrible car accident. They get rushed to the hospital. The son has to get taken into surgery. And the surgeon says, I cannot operate on him. He's my son. Who's the surgeon? I mean, I obviously now we've been talking about it, everybody knows the answer, but I mean, even to the younger generation, get answers like, you know, his stepdad, his biological dad, his long lost dad, it's crazy. It's crazy. Um, so yeah, it's implicit bias. These exist, they're real. I mean, I know they're real. We all know they're real. I just didn't think I had any yet. Still. Um, who's that? His wife? Like what? Seriously? That's what I'm thinking? I'm shocked by myself. I'm appalled. Actually, take it all back. I don't want to admit it to you guys. Delete it. Strike it from the record. Strike it from the record. Thanks, Cads, for the jewels. Kaylee or Kaylee K, either one. Welcome, Cosmos. I love the Cosmos, so I love your name. Midwife Shells comes back and says, to be clear, not saying I believe it, just that it's the reason she's not testifying. No, I don't. I don't think that's the actual reason. I think that's rumor. I think that's rumor. Let me see what you guys are saying over here. If somebody else, all right. So then someone says, or rather, her account has been hacked. Are we sure it's really her account? So has this? It could be someone making up an account. Like, how long did the account exist? Oh, are we talking about scouts? Wait. Oh, Allie, what is the makeup of the injury like um in the riddle? You know, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Gay men, they had 2 dads. It was all that kind of stuff for the new age riddle. So, like, it's, you know, let me see. Whoops. Right, it could be something about I don't know what it was. That's also true. That's also true. So BOS's views is 100% true. So I actually take it back. It wasn't my female. So what she says is, Allie, I'm going with you gave the female expert enough credit to assume she wouldn't be reckless enough to do what she's being accused of. That's actually absolutely true now that I think about it. And that explains it. In a million years, and to be perfectly honest, it wouldn't matter if it was a female or the male expert. I wouldn't think that there was any possibility that an expert would do something like that, which is what made me ask, is that the wife? Um and because, that is actually why, now that you say that. So now I feel better. I'm like, why would I assume that? That's not like me, but now actually, thank you, BOS views. That's actually true. But I will take out the female expert part of that, although I like it because it makes it even better. Like, oh, I wouldn't think a female expert would do that. But no, really, that is the explanation. And I still don't think a renowned expert would do that. So, because I assumed the person was related to the expert, otherwise, why are we talking about it? I assumed it was his wife. So that actually, thank you, because now I don't feel like why would I have? That's actually why, actually true. And I still don't think that a renowned expert would do such a thing. So it's kind of crazy. Um, I think it is confirmed that the expert's actually not testifying, only because yesterday the judge said, "You guys are going to call Resnick, right?" And then there was like that little. The judge thought that um that Rednick that Reddington made a face, and he was like, "Oh, I got confused." So, and then you guys are going to rest, right? So you're going to rest. So I think that there would have been a mention of 2 experts right then and there. And plus, I thought it was extremely bizarre. I was like, wait, this is because of the expert schedule. You can't tell me 2 experts became unavailable. We couldn't get 2 experts in over 2 days, neither of them. So to me, it seems like they're only calling the one. And I'm sorry, you guys are probably like, it's all in your texts. You're telling me something I don't know. Let me see if my husband has said something. I mean, I forget to do that sometimes. And hey, wow, I didn't see this. I'm sure you guys all have. I'm going to share this tab for a second. Oh, look at that. Bob and Rosemary Scapiccio. Ah, and I'm sure he's just so, so happy. We got to find out, did he take her lunch? I mean, I'm sure he didn't take her lunch, but I'm sure he was fangirling hard. I'm sure he was fangirling hard. Oh, that makes me so happy because, I mean, she's an amazing lawyer, and he has been wanting to tell her that in person. Um, so that makes me happy. It was 14 hours ago. So this is how little we talk. That's a shame, actually. We didn't have enough time. Like yesterday was just a bad day. Like we did talk when he got off. And I was sort of updating him on what was going on with Scout and Kenna, and you know, Sorry that I couldn't make it to the live, and then, some other stuff. So, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything this morning. Let me see. Let me update it. Maybe I'm still like, sorry, I couldn't get my fingers. All right. So we got on the way to Plymouth. According to Reddington yesterday at the end of the proceeding, it is Dr. Resnick, then rest. It appears Dr. Spinelli will not be testifying. We will see how it plays out. I'll just share this while I'm reading it. Here at the court, and another substantial line is formed outside the courthouse. Yesterday there was the most substantial line since I've been here. At least 30 people didn't get into the courtroom. Well, I hope Margaret did. And then let's just see if there's more. Still waiting to get in the courtroom. That was 4 minutes ago. Are you out there giving hugs? I'm always giving hugs. Sorry, not sorry. All right, so then this person's using the post as the reason. And I'm sure I've seen it. She has not been barred by the judge, as far as I know, as a court order has not been issued by Judge Sullivan, at least that I've seen, which if that's actually Dr. Spinelli's Facebook page, it means Kevin Reddington had to make the incredibly difficult decision. So now it sounds like Bob's like thinking it's still a possibility to not call her in the middle of trial, which frankly leaves a gaping hole in the defense's case. Spinelli's expertise on psychopharmacology and perinatal reproductive psychiatry would have been invaluable in educating the jury as to what went on here. Dude, are you what? I don't think that they could bar her for that. I just don't think they could. I don't know what legal precedent there is. It's a double-edged sword for the prosecution as to whether they want to show her, bias from that, because they would have to tell the jury that she was going as far as like supporting what they saw outside yesterday, which gives more credence to what they saw outside yesterday. I mean, it's like a running theme. All of the experts, to an unusual degree, support this defendant more than an expert typically supports a defendant. Sure, does it show bias? If it's one, yeah, maybe. If it's all of them, it's like they're all screaming out, this is wrong. This is wrong. They, the Commonwealth, are wrong. And y'all know that, the jury. So I don't see how, honestly, they can legally bar her. Well, what is the comment? Because I didn't even read the whole thing. There's going to be a mass meeting rally. A mass meeting rally? This does not sound like words that a renowned expert would write. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. I got right there, and I already don't think. For Lindsay Clancy, women are joining together August 20th next week at the courthouse to show their support for Lindsay. We're all going to be wearing pink. Sorry for the confusion. LOL. No, I will not be going. I just wanted people to be aware that this is in fact happening. People across the nation will be wearing pink in honor of Lindsay. How old is this expert? Because maybe she's just a lot younger than I, because this isn't written like a full-grown adult woman. I'll tell you this. It took me I could not give in to the LOL. I hate the LOL. I just do a ha or a ha ha. And then I heard people like at some point being like, I always take like the ha or the ha ha, like someone's being like, oh yeah, okay. So I'm like, all right, God, I gotta use the LOL. Usually I'll try to use like the bah ha 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 ha. Feel like I'm actually laughing, but I have given in and occasionally just use the LOL because it's easier. But I would never like put a professional post out on my like page with LOL. I just don't know. Oh, well, look, are these people friends? This is the question. Is this on Facebook? Like, you could see if Susan Benjamin Feingold and Meg are friends. Because if so, that's like, I mean, plus she's calling her Meg, like they know each other. How long did the page exist? Well, you know what? Let's assume it's real. Well, let me make sure we're not missing anything. No. Um, oh, my husband's texting. All right. Um, oh man. All right, he's giving me a bunch of info. Oh, he's just talking to me about loving me and missing me, actually. Spinelli. Let's see. Spin ah, Spinelli. Jesus, why won't it let me say text it? Like, how butchering am I doing of the name? That's what I'm writing. Spinelli. Okay. Uh Post real. Oh, Jesus, why it keeps changing it. Expert. I'm just gonna write expert post Facebook. So sorry, guys. It took like forever. The phone won't let me write Spinelli. It just won't. So, assuming that it is real, I don't think there is a legal ground um to bar her, you know? There's no legal basis to bar her, and I don't think Reddington would. So what Bob says, okay? Let's go back to what Bob said. Um where is it? Oh, it's below this. Okay. Which if it's actually Dr. Spinelli's Facebook, it means that Kevin Reddington had to make the incredibly difficult decision not to call her in the middle of a trial. If I just don't think he would, because at this point, it's a running theme. The chaplain, the entirety of the Turksburg or whatever the heck it's called, Turksburger, um, um, sorry, um like texting Bob. I'm like, I'd still call her if it was her. Because we got it, they got into to I'll switch back to the court scene so nobody's scared. Okay, that's what's happening. We're still there. Um so right, the entirety, like there was testimony, the entire staff like loves her, you know. And yes, it's not a good look for your expert, that's for sure. But in this case, it's what's happened with every professional that's, like, gone on the stand. Almost everyone. So, I would absolutely still call her and, you know, get her testimony in and let them decide they wanna use it to impeach her and, you know, it's not this and it's not that, and they're gonna be like, you know, this is like now we've heard from everyone, it's unusual that you actually believe this woman so much. Essentially, like, is what the jury's gotta hear, right? Is that, like, something's happening because it's with everybody. They're all believing this woman. So, what are we the only ones that don't believe her? I don't know. You know what I mean? You like picking anyone agree? You picking up with what I'm putting down? Like, I'm not paying attention to the chat and then I'm asking these questions. Right. This is what like Spinelli could be ill. Who knows? Like it to me, this does not read like something a renowned expert would write online, nor do. It's like it's not like it's most experts know you cannot even like a comment, like that your social media account is got nothing. And I'll tell you something else. I don't think an expert would ever have their picture of their Facebook post be because that's what I thought it was about because I didn't read the post. I thought the whole thing was about she's got a Facebook post that says it's not my president, you know, which is a divisive thing to say, you know. He's or hashtag he's not my president, which is a divisive thing to say. And no expert is going to put something that divisive out there, you know, like because I'd ask about if I was the prosecution. You don't have respect for the rule of law. You don't even have respect for our president. I mean, something like that. It can be used against you. So that's honestly what I thought was right. Yeah, that's what it was. Spitfire. And I'm like, that's his wife's, and that's probably another reason that I thought it was not the actual expert. So I assumed it was the wife. Like, I'm like, like an expert's not putting something that divisive on their public Facebook page. Now, if you change your name, and use your middle name, and it's like your public Facebook, it's like your friends know it's you, but no one else would know it's you, kind of thing. It's just, I can't imagine. Oops, I'm texting. Let me see. Let me see if he's listening. Are you listening? Because then I don't need to keep telling you what I'm saying live. LOL. Used it. Boom. But I mean, it was a long time. I was like, I'm not using that, you know. Um, so I don't know. Hopefully there's not a gaping hole. They just got let in, Bob said. Just got let in. I mean, if there was a gaping hole, so if that happened, okay, so let's say something like that did happen and like your expert got barred because of something outside of your control and it left a gaping hole in your defense, you'd be asking for a continuance. They just have to let the jury go for like 3 days. So you got to get a new expert. You can't have the defendant not be able to put on a defense. I think it's like they decided it was, duplicative. She's sick. They didn't really need her. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's see what you guys are saying over here now. We got Danielle and Mandy with the jewels. Thank you. Mystic Mama. Thank you. True Crime Addict says, looking at what is supposedly Spinelli's Facebook, full of bias info, like over the top. Okay, so it is definitely not her. Definitely not the reason, somebody's just fucking around. How long has it been there? And that's not even like the thing anymore. Cause like, think about like you're good just from a movie or television show, which I'm sure is what happens in real life. Like when someone gets a new identity, like the people have been fostering this identity for some time. This is their career. So they start with they do it for years, and then when they're ready to hand it over for somebody, so there's people out there. I don't do Facebook. I haven't done Facebook for years, but I know on X, people just make fake accounts and then they use them for a while and then they'll have them like waiting and ready, because you can't have an account that just pops up. Oh, you've been on for 2 days. We know you're full of shit. They like this trolling thing is like their livelihood almost. It's what they get their kicks off. So they got the little accounts ready to go, looking normal, doing some normal shit, so that when they're ready to blast off, it's got some credibility. I would be, especially, since it's a woman expert, be very unlikely that this would be what she would do. That's just me still, but going with the whole thing. But but thank you for that true crime addicted. I was hoping the thing would start up so I could go down and get like my water or my coffee that I didn't have time to do. It's a mortal sin. See, changing names like that, but not hiding who you are. I know that's just in good fun. But I love that. Who's playing Bob in Lifetime movie? He's all over. Hey, this should be a lot more than the Lifetime movie, though. It's a mortal sin, but somebody incredibly handsome. That much. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Someone incredibly handsome. Polly Rocket. Lauren asked Red about Spinelli, said no comment. All right, so when you say Lauren asked Red about Spinelli, now I'll have to just text Lauren. Let me see if Lauren's there with Bob. Let me just text them both together. Lauren and Babe. Okay. What's happening? Okay. You all together? Did she ask, why is she not testifying? And he said no comment. Or did she say, which I doubt she would have, because Lauren's not going to go out on a limb and say, did you ask Red if Spinelli made that post on Facebook, or you just asked him about Spinelli generally? All right. It did Spinelli with that voice recognition. First time it said Spinelli. Someone on chat. She says, did you see my tweet? Let's see her tweet. Let's see what Scoop Conlon has to say. She's texting me, so it'd probably be a lot faster. She approached Kevin to ask. He told me no questions. Okay. Okay. It's probably what the chat said. So I attempted to approach Reddington in the hallway to ask about Spinelli, and he told me no questions. Gotcha. So she tried to ask. I approached Kevin to ask. He told me no questions. Also, I asked Zizel before, and he said he knew why, but said he'd have to ask if he could tell me. So I walked by him in the courtroom just now and got mouthed, don't forget me. That's why she's Scoop Conlon. Scoop. Bob's just, he's trying to like keep his distance from that. He doesn't want to like push but like, oh, she's like, you can tell your viewers this also. Oops, I just did. Woohoo. Wow. Well, that's a good thing. All right, we'll do. And I'm saying I hope you come on with Bob tonight. Oh, well, see, and I was thinking when I was saying it, is this, I kind of felt like that's something she'd be fine with me saying. So, but it's funny. She tells me afterwards, which typically I wouldn't like, So there we go with that. Looks like the Facebook account was hacked. Didn't post about Lindsay until 8/7. Yeah, but if your Facebook is hacked, what was she posting other than that? I don't know what adults. She can't come on with Bob tonight. She's got to drive back to New Hampshire. All right, you guys, talk amongst yourselves. I've got to get water because then this is going to come on and I won't be able to go because something exciting will be happening.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Dr. Sprague and Assistant District Attorney.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So can I see counsel sidebar, please?
All right. Well, got my coffee, got my water. So I try to drink without making like mouth sounds, but um okay. So Colleen MG says looks like if the Facebook account was hacked, it didn't post about Lindsay until 8/7. Okay. Magic Mary says Facebook takes forever to remove fake accounts. Friend been trying for 2 years and still not removed. I doubt she even has a Facebook account / Insta. That's what I'm saying. Like you get to a certain level and you can't because everything that you say and do is being, looked at under a microscope and experts know this. Now it's like I'm hearing my mouth sound so much worse. I'm like, wait, do I always swallow like this? Like, what's happening? Like, well, it's quiet and you're conscious of it. I don't know. See, now every time I swallow, I hear it. All right, there's movement. Thank God. Yeesh. I'd hope they could have had all their sidebar talks already. Like, we don't need to do that now, do we? Bob's setup is for shit as far as sunlight. Only if there's some kind of surprise headed their way. Sir Rebuttal is very rare for, on defense. Hey, look at Bob. He's pointing. It's like, hey, that's Red. You know that guy? Is that Lauren sitting next to him? Sure is. Oh, look at them. Oh, wait, I'm covering his face. Hold on. Oh, well, too late. Oh, no. Look, he's still pointing. He's telling her who everyone is. He's like, let me show you the ropes, my friend. This is this one. And that clerk, he's probably saying things like, she's the nicest. She loves cookies. Like, because he likes to get to know the people, Look, he's giving her some tea. Showing her the ropes. That's my man. Looking handsome as hell. So now got the family. It's just so devastating. Look, there's Dr. Zeisel sitting with the family. It's an unusual scenario because it's an unusual scenario. And that's why I think you would call Spinelli no matter what. So, thank you, Kenny. It's, definitely possible. If there's something that's happened at Sidebar where the prosecution has revealed something new about what their expert's going to say. And you know how he wasn't able to get in a certain report, like he wasn't able to get into something? He would only save it for Sir Rebuttal in Massachusetts if the judge has already told him, this issue came up and he proposed it and they were like, all right, we'll let you call her on as Sir Rebuttal witness. Otherwise, he wouldn't take the risk, which goes actually right into Magic Mary's comment. Sir Rebuttal in Mass, judge decides and very strict. He has to be new testimony and rebuttal, not common in Mass. Not common anywhere. Anywhere. No, you don't get Sir Rebuttal. You don't get sir rebuttals. It's not a thing. It's like something that happens that you get accessibility to if there's, something bizarre comes up, a surprise in the something the Commonwealth is putting together. But they may have produced reports late and read like
before the judge come out.
Sure, hold on.
and the judge is like, and Red's like, I can roll with this. I'll call my expert as a sir rebuttal. So it's up to you, Your Honor. Either bar it or let me have a sir rebuttal expert. So, and that's what I'm saying. The only way this would be happening like this is it was a discussion had been discussed on a sidebar through emails, through, I know they don't call it in chambers there because Judge Erskine told me they don't and told me what they do call it, but I forget. Told us all. And she was on with us one day. So it would be something that this was all approved ahead of time. That's the only way it would be happening that way.
All right.
Court, all rise, please.
I mean, everybody wants to know when the meetup is. I talked to them about it. When I say them, I'm talking about Bob and Margaret helping him. They're having a real hard time finding a spot. And she says it's right in her wheelhouse. So I'm like, I'm not stepping in because I don't know shit. I definitely can do something she can't.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor, may I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hopkins.
Well, good morning, everyone. What we're going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention. Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. Should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Judge. I don't know who's got to turn it on. Okay, thank you.
A little fuzzy.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir?
Got some interference.
Would you please raise your right hand, sir?
He can't hear you. Oh, he can.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of
Oh,
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
well,
I don't think there's volume.
Could Could you turn on your volume?
I'm not a cat, Your Honor. I promise I'm not a cat.
You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Hey!
But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him in?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the whole, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I am going to be able to hear you now.
All right, give it a try.
Hi, counsel.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Phillip Resnick, Phillip
See, here's the thing, and I'll get it right back to it because someone said he's a 4,000 years old. Rednick's old, you know, and you find a good expert, you stick with them, you know. So this is the experts in his wheelhouse, you know. So
CK.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live?
he can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Western Reserve University.
These are
No, it's really low and it's.
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
no, I think this is on his end.
Can I see counsel here at the side, please?
Oh boy, this is an issue. I mean, it's not his fault. These things happen, you know. What are they going to do? Because I'll tell you, I don't think it's technical difficulties on the court on this end, the Massachusetts end. It's technical difficulties like that guy doesn't have a good signal. He needs to be on Wi-Fi. I mean, he needs to be on like wired. It's hard. You know, the Commonwealth is not going to want him to do this on a phone call. But I think that you're right. Somebody said that they might have to do it, you know. Yeah, use FaceTime, but it's FaceTime is still going to be an issue with his connection. I don't know. You know, the judge might say, well, we're going to let him do it. You know, look at him. How much will his facial expressions change? Really? But I mean, it's a big part of judging credibility is the ability to observe the witness when they testify. So it's a pretty big deal to put him to a phone call, you know. Oh, that's a good solution. Look at you guys. Where is it? Gosh darn it. I'm gonna find it so I can put it up. I just saw it. There you go. Look at that GLT 3373. I'm gonna text Bob. That's a real good idea.
Well, members of the jury, just
Have
like
him do
in
a
the
phone
old days
call
when you're watching
while on
TV, the
Zoom.
little sign used to
They
come
can
up and say
his face
technical
and hear
difficulties.
him talk.
That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have people who know more about this than I do to kind of readdress this, all right, to see if we can have a smoother presentation so you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy. All right, so I'm going to ask you, well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal, is to get this in a manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information. So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
So I texted to Bob. Hopefully, while they're on a break, he can make a suggestion. I thought that was a wonderful suggestion. It solves a problem. And yes, Tiff, I mean, telemedicine has its own built-in problems. Yes, Ruth said the same thing. Ruth had the same solution. You guys are quick. And I text Lauren and so here's the thing. Because
all right, so we'll be in a short recess. We'll kind of see if we get this working again, and we'll be out as soon as that's done.
Court, all rise.
So I text Lauren and Bob, because since I see them sitting next to each other, and hopefully, because that's a real good idea. So I started to say Lauren. So, I'm from the East Coast. So like when my parents, while I was still in college, they moved out here for a little bit. My father's name is Gary. My sister's name is Lauren. So people would call him Gary. And he'd be like, no, my name is Gary. People would call him Gary. No. So it's like always a thing. So when I moved out here, I had to get used to a couple things. The first was saying water, not water. And that I practiced before because once I moved out here, I remember I went someplace and it's probably fast food. And I was like, and can I have some water? And they're like, what do you want to order? I'm like, water. Like, what do you want to order? I'm like, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So I went home and I was like, water. Water. And I literally practiced, and that's how I learned to say water. So like they say Lauren here, not Lauren. So I had to like work on that, So it's like sometimes I catch myself like Lauren's from the East Coast. So I'm sure she calls herself Lauren. Unless you spelled Loren, then your name is Lauren. So I'm going to call you Lauren, I've had debates like this with me and Bob on forever. Those of you who are like long time, the whole Aaron thing. Like if you're a woman, to me, ERIN, Aaron. If you're a man, AA, Aaron. But whatever. So it got sidetracked. I sent it to both of them because I know Bob's might not be paying attention. Maybe Lauren will. Lauren's texting back. Let's see. Let me see. I said, have him do a phone call while on Zoom so they can both see his face and hear him talk. Muted on Zoom. It's probably his side. Okay. I sent you guys a suggestion. It's a good one. There's probably more of you in chat that was throwing that out at the same time, but I'm switching over to the supers. So that's what you get. Sorry. When there's two of us, there's someone who can monitor where's Cameron? Oh, hell no. Where's my daughter? Love, join me. Oh, live, join me. Love. Actually, I better call her because, kids, they can sleep. We didn't talk about it yesterday. I thought it was a given. So when is the meetup time and date? Yeah, guys. I mean, I don't know why they just don't do a beach thing. Can't they just do a beach thing? Go to a beach? I mean, who's going to want to meet up on the beach, though? Everyone's in their bathing suits, giving hugs, hanging around. I'm like, what are all these bikinis doing hugging my man? Nah. Hell no. I get jealous. My friends in real life know. If you know, you know. So Shanta, there's no blue check mark has me questioning if it's her. I'm going with it's not fucking her. Okay. Until someone like proves to me that the most bizarre thing that I could ever imagine happened, there's no chance in hell it's her. That's how I feel right now. That's what I'm sticking with. Not a fucking chance. The whole thing, the flag, the people saying she's got like multiple bias posts. I mean, somebody made the most outrageous thing, the most decisive thing they could and stuck it up to make her look bad. It's not her. But that whole Meg thing, all right, I'm leaving it with it's not her because it makes no sense. So I'm with you, Shanta. That's not my Nikki. I mean, not that Nikki. Sorry. Oh, Nikki, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Nikki, pull up the account and look at the pics. It's from 2015 with pics of her and her family. She's an older liberal doctor from MA. Not unusual here. Is she not a typical expert? Like, is she not? Like, because that's a different thing. If she's not a forensic, like people are experts, that's what they do. They testify in court as opposed to someone just renowned in the field, which would make a difference, if they're like a forensic expert, meaning they make their living testifying in court for either side. You usually just don't put anything that could, about your personal, like to show that you're liberal or not. Like you don't want people knowing that from going on to your Facebook. I mean, that could explain it, that she's not an expert. She's testifying as an expert, but it's not what she does. And she's not realizing and doesn't know, like, dude, everybody's watching your thing. But again, I'd still call her. And I don't know how they could bar her. I would love to know under what legal construct they're barring her. Period. That's all for cross-examination. Go there at your own risk. Little Bo creeps. Buckingham. And I can't imagine. And again, that if something like that happens and it left a gaping hole in your case, you say, well, I can't go forward. I need a continuance to get another expert to take her spot. Someone that's they would be someone who reads her shit and does their own shit. So we had it happen. We literally had this happen at a trial with our expert pathologist. Hold on a sec. The most renowned pathologist, Dr. Werner Spitz, he had a lawsuit. Like, you guys, if you remember, he was sued by the brother of John Bonet for what came out like on I don't know if it was a Netflix documentary or what documentary it was. They were all like analyzing the evidence, and he's like, I think it was the brother. He struck her with something. And he had a huge lawsuit pending as of the time he was supposed to testify for us in a high-profile case. And so we filed a motion because his lawyer says he can't testify for you if they're going to cross-examine him about this. He can't speak to it. So we made a motion to the judge to exclude cross-examination on those grounds because it would bar our expert. The judge says, go F yourself, which I think was wrong because it wasn't that, it wasn't such a powerful, like relevant, meaningful, I guess I should say, cross-examination topic. Like, oh, you concluded John Benet Ramsey is on a, a spitfiring, like you guys just talking, round tabling some shit. And now you're being sued for it, because it hadn't even been disproved, right? Like, well, your theory was completely wrong because it didn't, the evidence didn't speak to this at all because of X, Y, and Z. It was just, you said something, you're being sued for it now, not like you were wrong in what you said or that they could prove you was wrong. Anyway, the judge says no, because, judges suck and they make horrible decisions and don't care about the rights of the defendant. Like it's right before trial and now we don't have a pathologist. So we had to go get another pathologist who reviewed his Werner Spitz's stuff, did his own analysis based off of that, and then came to testify. But like, you stand up there with just a guy who's not Werner Spitz when it could have been Werner Spitz. So there's ways around that. If that happened and he needed the evidence, you would get it. This whole concept of a rebuttal, I'm starting to think that could be a real possibility. Again, under the limited confines of what we've discussed, where the Commonwealth produced something in their records and their reports of their rebuttal experts that was new, different, and a surprise. And he says, no, not unless I get a rebuttal expert. And okay, I'll save Spinelli for that. And it's been worked out, solved, and blah, blah, blah. That is a real possibility. So, and I appreciate you guys who put that comment up. And I'm like, no, you don't get rebuttal. But that presumes that there's just stuff happening off the record, which could be, sometimes the like in really cases that are moving like this, sometimes they allow emails back and forth and it'd be like, Your Honor, we got to discuss this, or they discussed it at a sidebar in the morning. Seems a little much for a sidebar discussion in the morning. And it also seems like something that they would want on the record, like in open court. So, this is why we are supposed to stick to just facts. But again, if it was me and it was that she really made this comment, I'd call her anyway. Stand by. So at the request of our daughter, we had this issue like years ago where the water company sent out this like notice and it had the whole subdivision up in arms. Like there's some shit in our water. So we did something to have someone come test the water and we ended up getting bottled water. We're like, I'm not drinking the water. There's what's in the wells. They had to send out this notice. And then like, after we set that all up, we got a new ice machine because we always kind of had bottled water because we had it in the office. And then I was like, this is nice. I like this. We'll get it in the house. But we're like, well, shit, now we need like ice, that doesn't come from this water. So we got an ice machine. And then we read the actual thing, said nothing like that. It was like a closed, it's like you just had to read it. And then I talked to the city. But anyway, so we've had an ice machine, for a while, and it's better than the refrigerator anyway. So you keep it. But Scout wanted like the little ices, the small ones. So now, like when I'm drinking my coffee, because I'm rushing around, can't find a lid, or even when I do have a lid, the little pieces, they come in too. So I gotta chump that ice. You can swallow it, but it's like you're eating some ice. So I gotta mute. I don't know why I'm giving all this information. I feel like I don't know what. Oh Lord, where's my daughter? Daughter of mine. Let's see. Daughter of mine, come to me. Come to us. The public awaits you. She's sleeping. My kids can sleep through some shit. I told you guys about Scout's alarm. Oh, Lord. My father-in-law's like, Alison, maybe you could wake her up in the morning instead of her alarm. I was like, well, but the problem is, Dad, I wake her up and like she wants to get up at 5. Oh, she's answering. Let me see if I can get her. Not happening. It's one of her best friend's birthdays. They're all going out to lunch, and she woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall back to sleep. Mommy, why are you calling? Mom, why are you calling me? Why are you waking me, Mama? She doesn't give me a mommy. She's giving me a mama. Scout only gives me a mommy when she's like playing like something's up. So it's just me. I made that thumbnail with the two of us because I thought she was coming. Wow, guys. Wow. Let's see if Bob said anything. It's probably like, check my. And Lauren started the text, little bubbles, and then nothing happened. Nothing happened. She's probably like taking this opportunity to run over and talk to Dr. Zeisel, get the inside scoop from the sidelines there. I'll go to Zeisel. See, that's why she scooped Conlon. She knows the ways. She's like, Reddington's too busy. Zeisel's right there. He'll pop in and ask him real quick. And then I'll get it from Zeisel. She's smart. Oh, shit. I left my door open. Hold on. Father-in-law wants to kill me. So I'm confident Scoop will get the scoop. For sure. All right. We got see you Buffs mom. Hi, see you Buffs. The Paradox Project. Jay Conrad again with the jewels. Thanks for the jewels, you guys. Jen Burns. I dug deep on her Facebook page, personal pics going back years. 29,000 followers. Looks late 60s, early 70s. Looks totally legit. All right, so I know nothing about her, but now I've decided she must not be like a professional expert, meaning like a testifying in court. Because a 60 or 70-year-old woman who's testified in court is like her career, a big part of her career, knows you just can't give that much personal information on your Facebook page. One way or another, it gets used against you. And when you're going into a court of law to demonstrate you're that liberal, and that's a number. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe Massachusetts is so liberal that you don't have that as an issue. I mean, I haven't seen even the most liberal of areas where there is not like a straight down the middle thing with like hashtag he's not my president kind of thing. Like, I don't know though, but that's just too, it's like, you don't put your something like that out there because, then they use it. Like, what? You don't even believe in the rule of law. You don't even believe our president's our president. And if you've got even two non-liberal people on there, you might as well just, tank that expert's opinion. So maybe she is like an expert in the field as far as her knowledge, her career, but not a professional testifying expert. And then again, that would explain why she's not really thinking about what she's, it's like that's not a thing in her mind. You know, it's not like second common knowledge. Like, you do know that anyone who testifies as an expert, one of them, they'll go to your social media, your prior courts, search your name for anybody who's been overruled or a contrary thing that you've ever said in your life, you know. Shanta says, I'd think Spinelli would say, it's not me, I was hacked, or fake account, and Judd would inquire further rather than just say you're out. The judge can't put her out for her opinions, for her personal opinions. I know of no rule. There is nothing. That is just a bad look, and you don't want to, like, that's what I'm saying. If this was your average case, your star, and this was your star expert, you just lost the credibility of your star expert, and you're struggling to find another one. Okay, in your typical case. In this case, like we've been saying, it almost plays into like, this is the kind of case this is. You know, you've heard it from everyone who's testified. So the judge does not bar someone for saying something like that. No, that just becomes grounds for cross-examination to show that your expert is completely biased and no one should believe a word that she says, which again, not the case here. And if that happens, then you have to pivot like Bob and I did, you know, where our expert couldn't testify all of a sudden, you know, and the judge is going to have to give you, I mean, it's the defendant has a constitutional right to a fair trial. The defendant has a constitutional right to put on evidence. Something like that happens that is no fault of the defendant, and they give you time, period. We've had 4 days. If he needed to find a new expert, you know, well, not 4 days since that happened. That was just yesterday, but got to remember to mute when I'm drinking. But that's not why this is happening, guys. It's not why this is happening. If the judge barred the defense's star expert, that's happening on the record. That is not happening behind closed doors. No, that's not what happened here, you guys. It would, like as Bob's X post said, it would, if that were the case, it would be Reddington deciding, I can't even call this witness anymore. She's worthless to me. But I don't think that would be the decision he'd make, not given he just did it. Like if he was worried about that, he wouldn't have used a close friend of his to testify for him that has been spending extra time, that sits next to the family. He's sitting next to the family now. He's not worried about the jury being like, that's some biased shit right there. You see that guy? He's sitting with her family. This is not that kind of case. But in your typical case, you would be like, do not do that. It makes you look biased as shit, you know? But he's not worried about that in this case. It's almost like the bias helps them. Not the bias, you're my friend. That one doesn't help. The bias that you believe Lindsay Clancy, you support Lindsay Clancy, you talk to her more than anyone else, you care for her more than anyone else, because it at this point is just playing into the theme that everyone believes that this woman is not legally criminally responsible, is basically what it says. Like when you carry the thought through to the end of the day, I think, in my opinion. Hey, what up, though? Iceman Cummins says, hey, Allie, and had to say, what up, though? Thank you for your continued support. Let's see. Jen Burns says, there's reposts dogging the prosecution too, and reposts like a new thing. Does older stuff look real? Hacked maybe. Who knows? But no matter what it was, like if she's being barred, worse, that's happening on the record. That's happening on the record. I think it'll all come to light. To me, the chances are either somehow. I think it's I do think it's the rebuttal thing. It's the most nominal thing that wouldn't need to be discussed on the record, right? Because it's not barring the witness in any way, shape, or form for any reason. Not for cumulative, definitely not for this shit. I don't think. But the rebuttal thing makes the most sense. That the Commonwealth produced something surprising in their rebuttal experts reports, and Red said, no, this is a surprise. I want to call my person on rebuttal, and the judge said, all right, you got it. And again, to me, that's the only way he would reserve a witness for rebuttal is if the judge already decided, yes, this is proper for rebuttal, and you're going to get that chance. Dog's back, wants to come in. Come in, buddy. All right, no, we didn't. I'm hearing shit. I thought he wanted to come in the room. He's not outside. I have not left my dog outside. Sorry, it's taking me forever to get through the super. So, all right, so let's see. We got Travis. Resnick is eminently qualified to discuss any and all postpartum psychosis issues. He was Yates' expert. 2, Spinelli may be cumulative of Resnick and cannot chance that. 3, pull up Spinelli's Columbia Med School facility profile. Okay, let's do it. Let's do what Travis says. Thanks, Travis. I love when we get all these, we got lawyers, we got medical professionals or mental health professionals, and just super smart people in the chat, always helping to send information, direct us places. While we're waiting, let's do just that. Thank you. Whoa. Columbia Med School facility profile. I'm like, I rearranged the whole layout of what Bob's got going up here because I thought Cam was going to come and we were going to have to sit next to each other side by side the other night. And then she decided to drive home because she didn't have her computer Wednesday night. So now it's everything's over here and there's no space on the table in front of me over here. So all my shit's over there. So I'm reach for the coffee, around the microphone, get to the computer, or let's try it this way. Can't type. I got to go like this. All right. Move this cup over here. All right. So Spinelli, Columbia Med School. All right. Margaret Gail Spinelli. This woman uses LOL. I mean, I guess everyone does now. It's we were forced into it. She could be just like me. No, I'm rejecting all of your cookies. Go to hell. Always, always. All right. Thank you, Travis. So I've got a friend named Tavis. So it's really hard for me to switch back to Travis in my mind. You imagine how long it took me to call Tavis, not Travis. So now it's hard. It's I've got a friend named Kirsten and a sister-in-law named Kristen. So when I first met Kirsten, can you imagine how long it took me to call her Kirsten and not say Kristen? So now when I go and see my brother, I start to call his wife Kirsten and then have to switch back to Kristen. And then when I see Kirsten again, I'll be like Kristen and she'll be like, I thought we solved this problem years ago. Aren't we close enough that you know my name by now? It's crazy. So sorry. Sidetracked. All right. Dr. Margaret Spinelli is a clinical professional of psychiatry at the College of Physicians and Surgeons at Columbia University and a research psychiatrist at the New York State Psychiatric Institute. Dr. Spinelli is the founder and former director of the Women's Program in Psychiatry at Columbia University. And get the hiccups. like a half hiccup, half yawn. I'm like really just like off today too, but in a more of a goofier way. Just like diarrhea of the mouth this morning. I don't know what's going on. But I'm well rested, so maybe that's it. As compared to yesterday, anyway. All right, so moving on. Oh man, I still wish I had a partner in crime for this live. I'm afraid to turn off my put focus on, because then like Bob will send me something and I won't realize it. So I don't know if you guys hear my phone when it rings. Okay, in any event, moving back to the bio here. Former founder of the women's program in psychiatry at Columbia University and the recipient of research awards from the National Institute of Mental Health to study depression and pregnancy. Dr. Spinelli's clinical teachings, research activities, and publications have focused on psychiatric disorders during pregnancy and postpartum periods. In the past 20 years, she has taught and lectured all over the world about perinatal depression. She has worked tirelessly to educate medical faculty, nurse and social workers in psychiatry, pediatrics, and obstetrics and gynecology, in addition to students and residents in training. She has educated attorneys, law students, and judges about the importance of peripartum mental illness and infanticide. Wow. I mean, it's pretty good. So what are we saying here as compared to, he's saying, but Resnick is eminently qualified. He's a prominent forensic psychiatrist and professor of psychiatry. He has served an expert consultant in numerous high-profile cases. So Travis, who's also Travis. Sorry. See? There. Who's also a lawyer, thinks that possibly the Reddington concerns have been raised in his mind that Spinelli might make Resnick cumulative and somehow limit Resnick's testimony, and that Resnick's all right, Nanook. Now the dog definitely is trying to get in, and then of course he's going to try and get out. And it was in my bedroom, not in my house. For those of you who know that I left the dog outside for, I don't know how long it was. Well, I mean, it wasn't all that long, but poor guy. My father-in-law actually let him in, which is just hard because he's unsteady. So I didn't think that shows how long the dog must have been trying to get in. Hi, buddy. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, he's got his head like under the table here, trying to give me hugs. Poor guy. He misses his daddy. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So anyway, it's Tavis's, no, Jesus, see, what in the actual? Travis's thinking that Reddington doesn't want to risk some of Resnick's testimony being deemed cumulative and him being limited in what, whoa, you got me, but you're going to knock this whole thing over. You get stuck in there. This is not, he's like halfway under the table and halfway out, and there's nowhere to turn around because the microphone stands over here. My Lord. Oh, guys. My sweet boy. Hmm. He loves to give hugs. He loves to just press his body up. So I think what was the issue was he's like pressing up against the chair and he's like, this doesn't feel like my mommy. No. The kids are like starting to think it's weird. They're like, our friends think it's weird that your mom calls the dog your brother. I was like, yesterday, Scarlett comes in like, don't let your brother out. Don't let your brother out. Oh gosh. And then immediately my internal little mind tells myself, dogs don't live very long. And then I get sad. I mean, I've been thinking that since we got our dogs. I'm like, gosh, dogs don't live long. This is so sad. Like in the years coming, this is going to be horrible. All right. Sorry. I digress. So that's also a possibility because the prosecution has brought it up before. Maybe they said something on a sidebar that made him think I could get screwed. And somebody else also told me yesterday in chat, like, don't worry, Resnick's got this. Like, Resnick's got this. And I guess if you have to if you had to choose one, I'm just surprised he couldn't have found something that Spinelli could still testify to that Resnick couldn't. Maybe more limit Resnick's testimony. So, I mean, Spinelli's testimony, if he's decided Resnick is the best expert for the job, that there was still something that Spinelli could have testified to that Resnick didn't, because it's always better to put on more experts than less. Like if you're thinking of it like, but he also doesn't want to waste time, or the prosecution doesn't care. But, like the prosecution's like, let me bring on 100 people so they know, the jury gets the full weight of what we put into this, and we wouldn't put all that into this. Now what you want? Now he's getting pushy. Now he's scratching at me. Like, mommy doesn't usually do that. You're good. So, all right, where am I? Nope. No. Don't you dare. I gave him the finger. So we had to get I forget what he was doing. Like one of those, like it's a can and you spray it and it makes a loud noise and he stops. So now if I just go like that, he's like, oh boy, I don't want to hear that noise. So I guess it actually worked out because it was supposed to be a thing where you don't let them know where it's coming from so that they stop. I think it was like digging up. I don't know, whatever it was. But I didn't do that on all occasions. So now I get to go like this and he'll stop. And he'll come give me a hug right away too. He's like, I hate that sound. I always hated that sound. Okay. He's like a spoiled little brat right now. Guys, I should kick him out. I will kick you out. I will kick you right out and let you scratch at the door. Being a spoiled little brat right now. He just wants hugs, though. How can you fault him for that? All right, Nook, I'm going to have to pay attention to what I'm doing. I'll snuggle you later. I promise. He definitely misses his dad. He's like, because usually when I can't go to mom, I can go to dad. Yeah. All right. I thought I just found where we were. Now I lost it again. Yeah. Because I already did Iceman, but maybe this is another one. Iceman says, hey, Allie, and had to say, what up, doe? What up, doe? But I don't remember reading this one. Oh, yeah, maybe I did. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right, now I can't find where we stopped. All right, I'm just going to go here because I don't know where we stopped. Mac RN 1318, welcome. Family hug, as my husband likes to give. Honey Lemon. Can't help but notice the irony that these experts can only attend via Zoom. It just doesn't seem right. And I'm sure she posted that before we heard that this doctor just got out of. And we can tell it did because the next comment, I flagged this. Why object? So that's because the Commonwealth is full of shit. They want to object so that he doesn't get to explain why his witness is there by Zoom. No. And I think they were thinking they don't want him to be more sympathetic. Like, this guy just got out of surgery, but the judge has to weigh the whole, this guy doesn't think it's important enough to even show up, inference versus what kind of sympathies. How is the sympathy for this man just got out of surgery going to carry over to the defendant? It's not, so who knows that they're just being little babies. Granny B gifted 1 membership. Thank you. Dr. Martha Washington, think this shows the jury how ineffective telemedicine is. Yeah, for sure. Although I think they also are like, these old people just don't know how to work technology. The guy's got to get a better signal. So Kat says, can Red use this in closing as a demo for the jury of how impersonal Zoom is? Yes. I thought he did Dr. L on Zoom on purpose until Bob last night. I didn't get to hear what my husband said last night. Oh, he's just laying behind me. I also, when I moved all this shit around, I moved really far away from usually I can reach him on his chair next to me where he lays. So he's just laying on the floor behind me. It's just so sweet, you guys. I kind of want to get up and hug him, but I won't. I did hug him when he came in. So I don't know what Bob said, but clearly there was a reason for Dr. Laposada too. I'll tell you, the judge doesn't allow you to just call an expert on Zoom just because you want to, especially to show how impersonal it is. Like, I want to call this person on Zoom because I want it to imply to the jury that there's like a reason that they should take some other inference from it. Like, they're not letting that happen. And thank you, Kat. Brew Brew Berries says, you can hear them talking about calling right before it cut to the seal. Yeah, I think we did hear that. Thanks for your generosity. Paige says, this doctor was also on Jeffrey Dahmer, Casey Anthony, Scott Peterson, and Andrea Yates. He was born in 1938. So, yeah, that's what Travis was saying as well. Just going to stop with the name. Okay. Nurse Mandy says, I feel your pain, Allie. I'm from Arizona and have a strong Southern accent, and a lot of people can't understand me, especially on the phone. Yeah. I mean, I had someone, like when I first moved here, say they needed to get the milk. Like, it sounded like milk. And I honestly had to, I kept asking. So it was like that order thing, like even no social cues, let me know what she was talking about. Like, I couldn't figure it out. And then I was like, oh, milk. Okay. Not milk, whatever milk is. Sounds good. What is it? I do not think, Knox Jules, that this will negatively impact the jury if this means the presentation on Zoom being glitchy like this. And again, this comment was 9:09, so it might have been like even before we heard his story. But given his story about having just come out of surgery and doctors not allowing him to fly, definitely not. True Crime Addict says jury isn't supposed to be looking anyway. And again, this is from 9, so I don't know what we're talking about there. Jury isn't supposed to be looking at what? I mean, jury isn't supposed to be looking at anything. They wouldn't know if that's what we're talking about. Like, do they know about a post or whether Spinelli posted or something like that? Like, no, that they'd be off the jury if that had happened. Now he wants to get out. There's people in the house, so he's like wants to go see what's going on. Nikki says, it's okay. We love Allie rambling. Thank you, Nikki. And thank you for your generosity, and for all of you guys for your generosity. Carisha, no, Carrie Shulman says, "It is so funny that you are chattering along, LOL. I'm never alone. I live with my 2 disabled sons and a caregiver, but when I'm
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes. Fingers crossed.
All right.
No. Do you hear that? It already sounds like shit ain't right. I hear the fuzz. I heard a little weird echoey thing. Let me see if my man's still here.
So sit up and sit down.
He has somebody in there with him, like I'm leaving. Maybe it's someone that's just helping.
All rise, please. You're exonerated.
Let's see. We have blooping time. What's wrong with me?
All parties are present.
All right.
No, not much. We had a second.
All right, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
Phillip, Resnick, P-H-I-L-L-I-P.
I heard the echo from the jump.
R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little
No, there's an echo.
slower, only because of the
Echo?
the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship
Guess it's working.
in a military hospital in Texas. And then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you
Would you like
have?
me to go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them also had a number of visiting professorships.
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves...
I just said the audio sounds you guys are having are real. Exiting and coming back won't help. It's just what's happening right now. Thanks, Trace. Thanks, chat. Muted.
what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work?
All right. Sleuthy's saying, guys, leave and come back. Let me update the stream. If are you saying it's here, that the sound is worse here than other places?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
No, it sounds the same to me. I don't think it's anything you can exit and come back for, guys. Oh, wait a minute. Stand by. We might be having technical difficulties. Let me make sure.
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helped.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates? We can. This doctor.
I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helped.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information, and I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Okay, so we're about to get to it. Her recollection of the critical events. Naysayers, here it is. Here it comes. We've been saying it. Let's hear it. Also, I just want to say, wait, sure, I'm not muted. Oh, thank God. I keep muting to drink, so that's what's happening. That she didn't object, and he just got in all that stuff about she was heavily medicated. So there's that. And she was crying and sad about the loss of her children. She was beside herself. There's that. All right, let's get to it.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not, as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
yes.
Now, Doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes, I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, Doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in
Stand by.
2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing, a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
All right, we got an objection because you can't say telling the truth. They're going to sidebar. I'm still back here. I just had to keep my camera off for a little bit, and I've got to get Scarlett more money for lunch. She's got $6. How much is lunch at this school? And I thought I had it like automatically. All right, so stand by. I'm here. So pay. All right, done. Done. Which means, okay. So we might have some blooping time. Yeah, got a little bit. Got a little bit. Bloop, 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 bloop. You know, he can ask, was there any evidence of malingering? Because that's normal. So I think it was she telling the truth, which is kind of the reverse of was she malingering. But I think that's the issue. We'll see. It sounds like they're coming back. So let's see what happened.
Okay, doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Helbrun had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were...
Just before he says it, it's so yeah, you guys are right. He was just had to lay that additional foundation. You relied on the report, you reviewed the report, and now it's allowed in. So that was the issue. It wasn't the truth part, apparently.
That Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying and her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms, rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984, and over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just
Probably the
the
end.
government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that, in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, Doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how
first
that...
of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
yes, Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open a window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah.
All right. There must have been an objection. I'll bounce back, but that's exactly what we read in the civil complaint. Let's see if we can hear that. That bounced back twice.
And did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Counsel?
I didn't hear the objection. There must have been one. We've got a little bit of time, looping time, as we call it here. Communicating with my daughter at the school. All right, had to add a love you. Can't forget that. So, we read this in the civil complaint.
Members of the jury, I want to give you an instruction at this point. I'm going to go into this also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements, all right? The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Well, it sounds like we're about to get to it.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And, for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talk, Doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control was the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that
Secondly,
mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children, and she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape, and in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering.
All right, I'm going to pause it right there, okay? Because this is a scary proposition. This is a scary proposition because I have at least opined from the beginning of this, and those of you who've been with us know this, that the state would have had a better chance, in my estimation, of getting a conviction if they could just, if they would have presented a case that this woman wanted to kill herself. She wanted to kill herself and she just didn't want to let her kids live without her. Like that it would be horrible for the kids to live without her. That's a conscious decision, right? That you can do without being psychotic at the time. I don't know that he can establish a delusion might be if they live without me, these horrible things, the demons or some sort of unknown negative thing is going to do something to them. Like they're not going to be safe, as opposed to it's really hard for kids to live without their mother. They're going to have to suffer through their whole lives knowing their mom committed suicide. They're going to think their mom didn't love them. They're going to be so much better off if they come to heaven with me, because living with that pain of their dead mother would make their lives so hard. Okay. That is a different thing in my estimation and might be harder to prove. I wish he didn't go into this at all. And maybe he's going to follow this up with ways that it was much more a part of this delusion, as he said in his words, but I don't think described in his description in my mind. And it's not the case the prosecution has been putting on, but it might be an alternate thing that they can argue. So this proposition frightens me, because I don't know if it we have to see how it develops. So I'm going to bloop back. It's just my opinion as I hear this, it's what you get.
By having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. Yeah. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality. And rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3...
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the 3 latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a 4th child. So those 3 categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the 2 categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother.
Agreed.
And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category
Thank
of
you, psychometrics.
Acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children, postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts, are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
And sustained.
Yes, as a matter
No,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Duxbury hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Duxbury hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, let's see, indeed,
This is audio.
there is evidence of her going.
This is what all you guys were saying yesterday. Like the Commonwealth is trying to throw some bullshit. So here it is.
Yet.
Well, let's see, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her process and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter, she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but hers to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
All right. This guy can hold up on cross, I'll tell you that much.
Honey?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, do's and don'ts of depositions by Dr. Phillip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now,
Wait, did anybody make that out? No, that's not accurate. And I'm not what? I'm going to play it back, but I didn't get it.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Damn it.
now,
I couldn't hear it at all.
a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes,
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've written in it's
I'm listening,
chapter
guys.
6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents. In the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
yes,
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
they sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes,
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
that's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
So I'm just going to say something here. I was thinking, and I was going to say it, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the testimony, that I needed to have Reddington ask the witness do people always listen to the command, like hallucinations? Like, how often is it that you cannot control your ability to respond, to do what it says, But, and then I was like screaming in my head when she was like, these things are upsetting, the birthdays, the using the yellow band, she's implying, things that remind them, and anniversaries and blah, blah, blah. But again, she's medicated. Her family was there. They were all trying to help her through those hard times. So they're so full of shit with this. She's like Tiff Knox says, she's just pulling stuff out of context. The jury knows it. The jury sees it. And on redirect, I mean, she's actually, I think, helping the defense, because she's going to lay out how she's laying out how this is stuff he is keen to look for. He will spot it if it's there because he's written about it. He knows the possibility. He's done this. So that makes him more credible, that he considers that. He considers it every time. He writes about it. He teaches about it. He knows it's real, and he knows how to spot it and how to look for it and how to consider it. So I hope it's all going to, to come out in that same kind of way. That's how I would handle my redirect. Like, this is stuff you look for. Now, the other stuff, sure, how he teaches them what to wear and how to come off good. And the defense might leave it alone. I don't think it's going to end up being all that important once we get through the rest of this. So we'll see how it plays out. But yeah, Reddington will hit all that points. I'll ask Bob if the jury's taking notes. So yeah, all right. Let's get back to it. I'll bloop back 10 seconds. And let's go.
Experiencing genuine command hallucinations, do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children, and to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
So I think the Commonwealth, wait, let me make sure I'm not muted, could have just opened the door for what she said. They asked the question. And I hope Reddington, I see him writing back there, so I hope he wrote this, but it is hard when you're sitting there alone to take notes and listen and take notes. So hopefully he got it. But she said they say what they did to try and resist, opening the door to me for the question of what did she say when you asked her what she did to try to resist, because it's relevant to his opinion. Because then, and how did that, the obvious answer to that, and Scoop Conlon says, yes, some of them are taking notes. I see 2 men. So that's what she answered right now about who's taking notes. 2 men are taking notes. So there's that. So I think she could open the door here for some more of the words spoken by Miss Clancy. And we'll see how it plays out. I'll bloop back 10 seconds and let's go.
Resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
No.
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
No.
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it.
There you go.
But she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
she
told
did not
her,
acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question,
You know what? That is dirty pool. That is dirty pool. She's just compounding it. Oh, so it's better to kill them than to like that like such a fucking bullshit question. She is so full of shit. It's, you know, it's even these little things when you throw something in like that you know is objectionable, that you know you can't ask, that you know you can't say. And yeah, as Jean put it, where now I lost it. Sit down. You're such an embarrassment, you know? So, and mischaracterization per usual, you know? Let's go back.
Have them taken away.
Sustained.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is strict and that answer is strict. Okay.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give...
Not about teaching people about faking, teaching people about identifying when one is faking or malingering. You know, words matter. Words matter.
Give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast,
What podcast?
evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Phillip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a
had
yes or no
a-
question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Thank you.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the dichotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I
mentioned
asked
the
you.
motive
I did not
already.
ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in
Say that
another
one right back. Hold on.
article identifying malignant state, correct?
That's possible, yes.
They tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Phillip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Were you aware from the Duxbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission.
I just want to interrupt right here and remind her, is she faking? So she knows to continue to fake? Continue to fake the symptoms? Or she's not faking, so she just drops them and says, oh, wait, I don't have any of these symptoms anymore. All right, here we go. Look back.
Affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Oh, no.
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? No. All right. Are those part of the Duxbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
She's going to look like a fool on redirect. Now, she wasn't at Duxbury right away. She was being medicated before that. And I know most of you know this. Bob and Scoop Conlon heard from 2 reliable sources that Dr. Spinelli is not being called to the stand, and it's not
Doctor, you
related
mentioned
to Facebook.
that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Duxbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure was she already, how long had she been at Duxbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Duxbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
She smiled.
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
Yep, sure does.
This is affect
No.
and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
On redirect, I'm sorry.
All right, I'm going to pause real quick. I wish he wouldn't have said something right there. I wish he would have, because now it's like putting back in her mind, don't open a door, because apparently he wanted to get the video in. They said it's hearsay, it can't come in. She's now talking about the video. So he stood up and says, does that now open the door for the video? And I wish he would have waited a second and not reminded her, be cautious of what you do. You could open a door. Be cautious of what you do. You could open a door. And it might, because maybe what was said was a joke, and if that's the case, who knows? But so let's see. And the judge is like, hey, don't bring that up in front of the jury, but he's letting the jury know. And that's probably why he did it. There's something I want to show you. They won't let me show you. And that's why the judge is like, hey, don't do that right there. The defense has got games too. They're little ones. They're not nearly like what this shit they pull is. But all right, let's go.
Just getting into her affect.
Go back.
On redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview. Yeah, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor.
it.
I'm not asking anything about what she talked
bullshit.
about. Just her expressions and her affect.
Bullshit. You can't have them 2 different ways. You can't say, I'm not going to say what she talked about that caused her to smile and laugh. Fuck you. Not happening. And I think it is opening the door, maybe not for word, but now it opens the door because it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's for her corresponding response of a smile or a laugh. So you did open the door. That is going to get in. And if the judge disagrees with me, then you know what? He's full of shit too, because I'm right. I'm just going to say that. Okay. We're going to go right back here.
Behavior, doctor.
And probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
On redirect, I'm sorry.
And just getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview. Yeah, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about. Just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth expert saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense, and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
But
And you mentioned that
well,
her postpartum, Ms. Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
at that point,
Sure, very common.
you know that's going to be coming back at closing. So very common. She's writing it down. She's going to take it all out of context, all out of time.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy.
See, if you had a second chair on the defense, you could have Reddington taking notes about what he needs to do right now on the cross-examination redirect, which is of the utmost importance for him right now. But somebody else taking notes about she's going to try to use this in cross because, wait, you guys remind me, does Massachusetts let it go prosecution, defense, rebuttal at closing, or just defense and then prosecution, or prosecution then defense? Or I can't remember, but either way, if the son's taking notes, I see Jen said those notes should be, remember that she's going to use this, because if they get the last word, which is typically the case, then you have to predict what they're going to say, and she's clearly going to try to use this time, which is months before things progress to the worst part, to be like, she conformed her behavior. And you heard their expert tell you she was able to conform her behavior. So, and he said that's very common.
On page 24, that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Is that really paranoid?
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
Gotta explain why. Take that down, Reddington. Why? Oh, let's hear what she said. Hold on.
I have nothing further.
Oh, that's what she said. Is there anything else?
Your redirect?
Or anything else?
Bless you.
No, thank you, Doctor.
No. All right. So let's just take a pause right here. Could be two things going on with that. One, he just didn't think it was warranted. And, different lawyers have different approaches. He doesn't think that it established anything, but it also most likely could be she didn't touch on something that he thought she would raise in cross that he doesn't want to open the door to. But I'm surprised because she opened the door to a lot of things. I just don't know why he didn't want to touch on it. I mean, even he stood up and said she just opened the door. Oh, God. Could be something big that she didn't touch on, that she was saving for redirect, for recross, and didn't imagine he's not going to do this. That's a big strategy decision because as a seasoned defense attorney, that prosecutors might hold something back in based on the assumption that they're going to get a recross for some reason or another. And this judge has been very lenient with recrosses. So it's a way to just cut them down. And they're like, oh, fuck, that backfired. And I'm thinking that must be what happened here. That's just my opinion. I don't know. That's what I think. So let's see if we see a face. We kind of get the side of her face. Like when he says no, if we can see if she makes a face. Wait.
All right, so if we could.
I want to bring it back.
No, thank you, Doctor.
I'm trying to take. Wait, Jesus, hold on. I meant to take the banner off. I'm just gonna watch. All right, hold on. We take the banner down so we can all see the very bottom. I realize it is covering the bottom a little bit. I'm gonna switch this to scroll at the bottom. All right, let's just play it back. See if her face made a face. If we can see it even.
No, thank you, Doctor.
I saw nothing. We also didn't see her full face.
Thank you, Doctor.
Does the defense rest?
All right. Reddington.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right. So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right. So I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth is offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Guys, why didn't he cross?
Dr. Avram.
Next witness, please.
All right.
Commonwealth will call Dr. Avram Mack.
Morning.
All right, that.
Morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Avram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Avram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan.
So after training, meaning after that damn 4 years you kept focusing on Dr. Tufts that she had in her residency. So I'm going to count when I'm a doctor from when I'm a freaking doctor. Okay?
College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
I've decided I want to pause and see what you guys have been saying about the not what you think about the whole he didn't do any redirect. He's worried about jury fatigue. It shows how bad the prosecution did. We got a what? I'm so confused right now. Sarah Creative says, I think that this is I think that's brilliant. What the fuck? What? Why? Why Reddington? That is a choice. That's a choice. Let's see. I'll keep going. Let's see if Bob has told us about the jury reactions. Let me go here. see what we get from Bob. We'll check in on, because I mean, a lot of this is going to be boring until we get to his opinion. So let me see if Bob has said anything. Let's see. All right. So again, and I read this before, Scoop Conlon and I have heard from two reliable sources close to the defense that Spinelli is not being called to the stand, and it's not related to the Facebook account or its posts. I don't see that Bob said anything about, let's see if he said why. So Bob writes, redirect. He didn't need to. The Commonwealth's cross was non-impactful. I mean, it was sort of non-impactful, but that was Bob's opinion on that. So let's see if Lauren has said anything new. She said the same thing about Spinelli. And I don't see anything. Let's see. I don't see anything after that about the cross or the redirects. Let me go back to what you all are saying. Right. What about the video? I guess he thought it wasn't going to open the door enough. Less is more, in my opinion. That is true. You know, that's why I haven't been shy about the things that I would do might not be the best decision. It's the ones that I would make because I know myself and I'm not good at, or as good, I should say, you know, at, I can't think of the words that they say, but like, you know, understanding maybe that less is more sometimes. I'm like that. I want to get to that huge point. Like I felt like that, you know, so he's got more control over that. You know, I kind of would have wanted to touch on a couple things and, you know, but as Pose Raven said, I love it. Quote, this isn't a big fucking deal. And that's true. You know, that's true. So Lacey says he's way too confident. I hope not. I know you guys, we want the video, but probably he knew it wasn't going to open the door enough. It would have, I think it would have opened the door for what was the context of that, you know, laugh. But, you know, ooh, Law says, I just shouted, what? Out loud at my desk at work. All right. I think we'll go back to it now. I just want to make sure we touched on enough. So, because I know we were all like, you know, sometimes when I'd keep going, I think, did we get this out of our system? This thing that we needed to talk, you know? But as beyond and beside with Jen says, have faith in Red. Absolutely, positively. He's got this under control. You know, I tend to overthink. I know my shortfalls. And all right, we'll keep going with this guy. I'll stick him on one point.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot
down.
of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry?
That's a great point that Marcy Cruz puts on. I think Red didn't want to take on the burden of proof. It's a difficult balance. And that is so true. It's the Commonwealth's burden to prove she was not. Remember that. And that is true. You know, it's like you walk this fine line when you got to put on experts to say the words they say. You but you don't want to create in the jury's mind that you actually have a burden of proof. I don't have to prove she was. Did they just prove to you she didn't, that she had control, or they just put in it's possible? Some people can. He said enough, he said his opinion, and that's that. So as we sit here on this side wanting like, oh, come back and kill her on this point and kill her on that point, you know, Red's right. Bob said it in his post. It's some of you have said it in the chat. It shows big fucking deal. They didn't prove anything. This was a nothing burger, what they just said to you. And it puts that mental state in their mind, you know, like he was not concerned about anything he just said. He didn't ask one follow-up question. So, you know, have faith in Red, like you're all saying out there. Have faith in Red. You know, what we want to hear is sometimes not what's best for the defense's case. So, you know.
What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts, or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent, or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of the difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, a defense or a prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hired you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No overrule.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination.
Okay.
Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
Not sure how you mean that.
Well,
Bob just texted me, "Where are you?" He's watching me. He's like, "What you doing?"
when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively, it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware, and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
What?
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes, I did.
And you're aware that
No,
a mental
objection.
disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
And you're leading. You don't ask him what he's aware of. You ask him what kind of, is that a clinical term? I mean, it would accomplish the same thing.
What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Leading.
Okay.
But he doesn't care.
Okay. Well, so when you are conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see.
You guys, I do have this on 1.25 because we're behind time and I don't know. But so if you want me to slow it back down to normal, let me know.
Ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition. Any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
Okay. And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brainwaves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing,
That's Bob popping in saying, did I hear, I think is not Allie, say okay, and the judge say, is that his answer? Because it didn't sound like he was agreeing. It sounded like she was making her leading statement and he was just saying okay, as though he didn't actually know that on his own. But then the judge cleared it up.
individual.
And sometimes I'll slow it down if someone in the chat is like, it's harder for me, I'm slow on hearing, or I'm hard on, I need it regular speed. I haven't seen that, so I'm going to keep it as is.
For any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
Okay. And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, it is they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained, retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say, the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words.
Here's the thing, guys. Like, you would think in the normal course of a courtroom that this would be have such little probative value because it's 2026 that it is overly prejudicial, more prejudicial than probative, because her condition in 2026, without any, evaluation or eyes on her, close in time to when it happened, is of such little probative value that it is too prejudicial and shouldn't be introduced in a court. So this just goes to show how much they'll let in, and they're letting the prosecution do this. It's all going to come out on cross, because that's what they'll say. Hey, that's cross. You can tear this to shreds on cross, and you can be guaranteed this shit's going to get torn apart on cross. Easily, I hope. So easily that I wanted to speed up just to get to it. But we know we're going to have the lunch break before cross anyway. But, this is going to be one hell of a cross.
In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Mm-hmm. Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points she seemed distressed by some topics.
Oh, some.
I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
Okay. And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical.
I'm going to go back for a second. I was worried. I thought it said nodding. Like, he's like, yeah, I agree with this guy. And I was like, well, that's not good. Nodding out. Yeah, we're all nodding out. We're sleeping.
Of their physical presentation.
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation
slow it down
herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall.
I can't, you guys. Was she able to move around the room years after the fact? 3 years after the fact? 2.5 years after the fact? Was she able to move around the room? Was she able to care for herself? You're just asking questions that have no relevancy here. Now, if this was a workman's comp case where she said, I can't even navigate even in a wheelchair, this might be relevant. But why is the judge letting so much irrelevant shit in? Because I guarantee this was addressed pre-trial, or at least I would assume so, you know. But again, it's all fodder for Cross, all fodder for Cross. But it's just so stupid, her question. She keeps asking this kind of shit. Could she feed herself?
She was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Duxbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Duxbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own.
Objection?
I didn't necessarily, I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist
Objection?
that she described
Objection?
working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members.
Trace, what's the speed of the chat? Is it already slowed? If you can hear me out there.
Mostly, as well as I believe both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records?
Oh my God. So she was able to properly convey to you what was happening 2.5 years later or 3 years later, whatever the hell it is. I guess it's 3 years later January 2023 to whatever in 2026. So yeah, over so you were able to corroborate that the information she was giving you was correct, meaning she was able to understand people came to visit her, and she was able to tell you people were able to visit her. Is this a fucking joke? This is what your case is? You are pathetic. So,
that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records.
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Duxbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So
Right.
it's both components.
Off.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or?
Look at this shit. Well, it's also because she's embarrassed. She doesn't want to have somebody help her. But it's both. But was she disheveled? Was she disheveled?
Or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently, and I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
I mean, I guess it's relevant. It's to whether she.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Hey, why is this allowed in?
Well, she
Oh, maybe because we'll see. I'll see.
described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
Please.
Yeah. Let him
If
finish.
he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
All right, yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now he is, of course.
So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she
Objection,
reported
leading.
being devastated,
Yes.
that she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Duxbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine.
Olanzapine.
I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so
Oh.
to treat psychosis.
Oh.
And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for
Objection, leading.
bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed?
First of all, I'll wait to hear from you guys because there's a lot of mental health or medical professionals in here, but I think it's medically accurate that different people, that whole metabolism thing, can respond to different medications differently. So 2.5 on someone who is very, I'll say susceptible to medicine. That's not the right word, but you guys know where I'm going. Might be able to get a therapeutic reaction from what might typically be called a low dose. And to me, okay, this is a woman who has described getting a very large reaction to a small amount of medication. Where me, on the other hand, I go in for surgery and I tell the doctor, dude, I need more than you think I need. Like it's like, because if I'm actually in pain, which I have a high tolerance for pain, it takes a lot to take that pain away, but so I'm going to go back and look at your responses in the chat. Obviously I won't know everyone who's a medical professional or not. So I know who some of you are, but yeah. All right.
At Duxbury.
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Duxbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were...
Nicotine, people, nicotine, looping back.
Thing that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium, and that was a short trial.
Okay. And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after
she
the
had,
birth?
sorry.
After the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022.
The fact that she had no adverse events in her life goes more to that whole, she wasn't like, she didn't have a behavioral, Jesus, what psychopaths have, like that she's not someone who's just going to kill her kids just because she wants to kill her kids. Like she's forming the belief that she wants to just kill her kids.
There hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And
Thank you.
fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for.
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
Okay. And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
Is he gonna watch yourself with this
There's
answer?
no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that there's some, they could have some effect.
So this is the prosecution. Remember, we talked yesterday about the involuntary intoxication part of the of this defense, and that the argument was, it says in there that, if the fact that you took drugs or alcohol, in the past worsens your condition, and Red made the argument, and we were all feeling like, all these medications would have had a continuing effect on her, on the functioning of her brain and on her conditions at that time. This is the Commonwealth trying to front that, to keep that involuntary intoxication part of the jury instruction out. They don't want it. And I did not hear, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, and I wish I had, this same question asked of Red's experts, of the defense experts. Now, that could have been he didn't think to ask it, or it could have been the answer wasn't going to be so great. I don't know. So I'll have to see how he touches on that in cross, because it's important. It's important. I'll go back 10 seconds.
Functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
Eventually.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not the medication, but the effects.
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Eventually.
Yes.
Wait, and eventually, what the fuck does eventually mean? And stop leading. God, Red, object more. This is like their whole shit right here.
You're aware of the medication.
The judge doesn't stop someone from asking leading questions unless and until the defense makes the objection, or whichever other opposing party makes the objection.
The symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves.
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
We're not there yet. Damn it.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
I'm going to speed it up, but
well,
I
on
won't.
The day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several-month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
When Bob says painful, he means painful to the prosecution. Like the prosecution took a beating is what Bob means when he says that.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall and all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
That's
Yes.
my assumption.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed.
Painful for the witness.
In terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
Bob's, we're 20 minutes
As
behind.
far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
All right.
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that.
And he didn't even know.
I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted...
In the span from 2022 to 2023, is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her
3.5 years
feelings
later.
and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for a major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress.
Didn't have clinically
So these are the
significant
building
impairment.
blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, state.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally, after that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from...
Oh, yeah, he reviewed records that were close in time to the incident itself, but he did his examination 3.5 years later.
Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there's a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant, or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
Sorry, guys.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
So I guess my question is more based on your overall view of a review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on, somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her.
You can have it both ways, asshole.
I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is...
Wait, you don't know that that's psychotic, but so she wasn't having the thoughts? If she wasn't having any thoughts that would have put her kids at real risk, then how would they be taking the kids if she wasn't doing anything and didn't... What?
The idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So
Okay.
I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
Oh my
What
God.
about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no.
Oh my God.
While there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked. Did you hear that?
And you had the conversation.
So she thought that she could hear it. And that was reality. This guy is fucking pathetic. You are a hack, sir. You are nothing more than a fucking hack. This is the same goddamn thing they did with the whole, I'm thinking about that I might want to kill myself. That's not suicidal ideation. It was reality to ask her mom if she didn't really think people were hearing her thoughts. She wondered if they could hear her thoughts and asked, "Can you hear that?" Which shows, I can't even. These pathetic scumbags. What an asshole. Looping back.
The distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked. Did you hear that?
Oh my God.
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't
psychotic.
doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
Why not?
You're
No, we need to
aware
know why
that
not.
there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that was
Well, of course you
psychotic.
didn't.
It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis.
How long had she been on it? You fucking hack.
But she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Oh my God. But the government is saying, the Commonwealth is saying those, she didn't really experience those. And all of the doctors are saying she didn't really experience those. They put on Tufts. She's saying you can't have it both ways. You guys, the Commonwealth, are saying she wasn't really having these side effects. There were no side effects. She was barely taking anything. Tufts says, I gave her the poor insight because she kept blaming medication for stuff that wasn't happening. and the other Goodhart, maybe, I don't remember who it was. No, the after Dr. Paul, like that she kept thinking the medication was doing all these things they weren't. And I kept telling her, let me worry about the medication. You are a piece of shit. This is ridiculous.
The concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
With the
Now, what
realities
about the idea of these intrusive
true.
thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, it's fair to say she did identify protective factors.
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was.
Wait, did she just sigh?
That is to say, mother and her children. That is to say, sorry.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. We all just saw it. She didn't like his answer. She made an audible sigh, and who knows what her fucking face looked like. And then he changed his answer. I'm sorry. I know I'm yelling. I know some of you, that's too much, and it's blown out your ears. We just watched it happen. We're going to bloop it back. You scumbag pieces of shit.
Factors.
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When we make decisions, when I make decisions.
She didn't murder her mother. So is that what this whole sigh was about? I didn't want you to bring up the mother. No one said that yet. Because, I don't know what the fuck she's sighing about. Got to ask Bob. Remind us to ask Bob what was going on. Like, what was she doing with this whole sigh thing?
Decisions to allow somebody to be discharged. It's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you.
Were you able to leave these groups?
Wait a second.
Yes.
That she was devastated.
Dr. Mack, so we can bring in.
What? I thought Bob said there was a cross already.
And
an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
What's happening, you guys? I don't understand. What just happened? Bob said there was a cross.
Is an antidepressant medication.
By recess. So it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right. Thank you.
My
Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of.
I gotta call my husband, you guys. What's going on? Wait, Bob says, come on. Yeah, Bob, who's saying come on? Wait, what is happening? Oh, cross prediction. My God. It was his prediction, Tracy says. Oh, Lord. Wait, hold on. What the hell? Wait, I moved everything. I don't know what I did. You can see Bob's ball back there. Oh gosh. You guys, somebody said take a breath, and I do need to take a breath. I don't even know what I'm so worked up. We're live now. People still talking about 20 minutes behind. Oh, Lord. I am so worked up. I'm just so worked up. My God. I need to get something to eat, but I need to go through your questions. I mean, like, let's just do some of these. And then I got to put something in my mouth. Allie's 100% my vibe today with the cursey words, especially you scumbag piece of shit, in reference to the piece of shit ADAs. If we're on lunch this long, how come my husband hasn't called me? I mean, Tornado Annie says, go, Allie, right there with you. Amy says, family hug, Allie, appreciate your passion and your F-bombs. It's like, this guy. Sean Beekman says, so she only had PPD when it came to suicidal ideation thoughts, but not when she was believing that people could hear her thoughts. That sounds in line with their case. I mean, she's like, doesn't even realize her own. Oh, here he is. Oh, thank God. Give me hope. Save me.
All right. So that was a prediction.
I get it. We get that now. Yeah, we get that.
I mean, you kept saying it though, so it seemed
I
like
didn't.
It took you a really long time to get that.
Well, just now,
Like,
right?
Quick. Should have heard me off screen. I'm yelling at you through my phone, which of course you could not hear. It was a prediction.
Okay.
This guy, man.
He's got me so worked up, babe.
I know. I heard. Rightfully so. He's a fucking. But he is a hack. I was over him and realized he was a fucking piece of shit and worthless as a witness as soon as that happened with, did you see it? When she said, sir, you understand that mental disease or defect is a legal term. And he pauses, he says, okay. And then the judge turns to him and says, sir, is that your answer? I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
I know, because
this is their rebuttal witness. Like, so the question is, will Red point out the fact that the guy does not even understand there's a distinction between it being a medical diagnosis and a legal term, which in terms of this, the guy is the biggest hired gun piece of shit witness I've ever seen. He didn't see her for 3 years. 3 years. Like,
yeah.
You know what? And it's tough to follow Resnick because Resnick was great. Zoom or not, Resnick was great. He just was.
I mean, it's just so ridiculous. It was totally normal.
What'd you think about Resnick? Did you think Resnick
was
great?
I thought it was amazing.
Fucking great. Yeah.
There was some stuff I wanted uncrossed, but when I calm down and think about it, I know Red did the right.
Uncross. You mean a redirect?
A redirect, but as I calm down and think about it, like from this end of the computer, you won it. But I realized he made the right choice in the courtroom. It made a statement.
He rarely misses.
I'm sure. Oh my God, Dave, I need to calm down. Yeah, you get to put some food in your mouth.
You're all worked up. Don't worry about it. That guy sucks.
He sucks so much.
The jury is not feeling this guy.
I,
I'm not feeling.
oh, let me ask you this. There was a point in time I'm going to play it back to see if maybe it wasn't as insane as I thought it was. Okay. And see what you think. Where she did this heavy sigh. Wait.
You see the part where Red objects and says, "Can she let her witness finish the answer?"
Right.
And then he sits down, and the judge is like, and then she says, yeah, the judge says, yeah. And then she says, "Sir, were you finished?" And he says, "Yes." And then she turns over and gives him the stink eye. Did you see that?
No, because they didn't show it. Wow. I'm like, well, he is now, right?
Wait, you
didn't just told him he's
show
done.
that? Oh my God.
Wait, let me see if I can
showing
find
the witness?
Yeah. I gotta find this part to play for you.
All right, I'm ready. Because I didn't hear her audible sigh. Plus, I'm looking at the back of her head. I'm looking at that bow.
Find this. Hold on. Can't find it.
Everybody say hi to Margaret. Say
hi,
Margaret.
Hi, everybody. Well,
Hi, Margaret.
Hi, Allie.
Hi, I'm looking for something. Right
She's busy.
Here we go.
Frozen.
This is it.
Oh, all right.
This is it. I got to share this and see what happened in the courtroom. Like you got to listen to the sigh.
Okay.
Right. All right. Make sure it's on one speed, normal speed. Okay.
Try to say she did identify protective factors.
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say,
okay. What the hell happened right there? Did you notice that in court?
Wait. No, I didn't. Like, you're breaking up. I don't know if it's for me.
Well, did you hear her audible sigh and then him?
Break up for
Oh, the other one.
Maybe it was a.
I did not, because I'm. No. It might not have been. You were glitching for me. Like,
all right, I'm playing it back. I'm playing it back.
Yeah,
you ready? I'm going to mute myself because I hear that stupid echo. When you're ready, give me. Okay.
Identify protective factors.
she did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children.
Not working. It's distorted for me.
That is to say, she wanted to.
All right. So clearly, Bob was nothing that he noted in the courtroom, guys.
I can't hear it. When you're playing the video back, it's distorted.
Right.
I don't know if it's.
Yeah, you're frozen. Whatever.
Am I glitchy for you?
A little bit.
Am I glitchy for you?
A little bit.
I am. Yeah. Wait. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm on the right Wi-Fi.
Did you bring the Starlight with you?
Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, I'm on FOOF 23. I didn't bring it. I don't bring it to the courthouse because the courthouse has.
Yeah, but you got these times in the car and whatever. So.
I know.
Yeah, but my car has.
Margaret car has Wi-Fi.
He's frozen.
Yeah, I'm like gone.
I'm taking him out. Goodbye. You guys. When I see him moving down there, I'll put him back. So it wasn't noticeable in the courtroom. He noticed it. You saw him. He said, "Oh, sorry." Fuck. All right. Let's see. We got Tony. Tonya is a new member. Yeah, and SKH. I don't know if that stands for something that I can't think of right now. Says, I thought the Commonwealth's theory is that you can't be in psychosis and do normal things. And now they're saying the opposite. Yeah, it just depends when they want to say it. Like, they'll just say whatever they want when they want to say it. We knew they couldn't. We were like, are they going to be able to find an expert who acts like you can't do normal things? Why did they keep asking these questions? Bob left. Maybe he came back. But
See if that's any better. I shut a bunch of shit down on my phone.
it seems like it. Are you there?
Nah. I mean,
No,
babe, I don't have anywhere to plug in the Starlink here anyway. Like,
we can hear you really good. It's just your audio
you
that
do?
your visual.
Hold on, let me go check.
We can hear you really good. I think it's just a lag in the.
I
in
don't have the
video.
Starlink with me. It's
Oh,
at the
Lord.
house.
Can you
it
hear me,
last
babe?
Wow.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you perfectly
I can
fine.
hear
It's
you,
just
but you're.
your audio that's lagging. There's like a little lag, but we can hear you.
I mean, it's no good. It's not good streaming. You're breaking up totally. I can kind of hear you. You're freezing. Your video's freezing for me. So,
all right, but wait.
I love you. Pull up my Twitter. You'll see a lot of my comments and a lot of jury comments.
Can you hear me, babe?
Overall comments.
Can you
All
hear
right,
me?
I love
babe?
you. It's not working. Bye.
I wanted to tell him that we could hear him perfectly fine and to stay on for a second and let us hear him. So that I could go get something to eat. I at least got to put something like some meatballs on the stove so that I can eat them. So I'm just gonna pop off real quick, you guys. I gotta get something ready to eat, and then I'll come right back because that'll just take like 2 minutes, and then it'll take 15 minutes. I might have to run down to stir, but stand by. All right, so let's take it back. I got a couple minutes, and I'm gonna have to go back down. I better leave my ear out because the dog. Then, of course, I tried to put him out as soon as I got down there so I could bring him back in, but then he didn't want to go until like right when I'm trying to go back to the okay thing. Which
is that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes
like
an individual's lack of ability.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Duxbury?
There. I was like, oh,
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved.
Your side in a case, just trying to advocate for the side who hired you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No rule.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
I wonder if I missed it already.
Well, generally, one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Individual, what we call educational.
Fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right? Particular information. Are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm
not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct? And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
Oh, now the dog.
To the extent that
I'll be right
impacts
back.
the question, yes.
Bye.
Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury. Yeah. So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
Where, if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Wait, damn
Yes,
it.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Let's just do it one more time.
the terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were
Last.
conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility,
All right. So first of all, like we don't even know if he knows the right statute because Massachusetts doesn't follow the McNaughton rule in the same way. I mean, I guess it sort of does, but he, like we said it when it happened. He's like, okay, like as though you don't know, so and it's shocking the judge had to like call him out on it. Like, wait, is that an answer? And then he just says yes. So, it's hysterical. That's a thing. Oh, we're going to leave it on this screen. Okay. So I'll go through some of your questions. I got about 6 minutes until I can put some actual food in my stomach. I'm munching on these little pretzel sticks. Now I put one in my mouth, so hold on. All right. So where were we? Okay, so we were right here at Emily Go Toey C. In my opinion, asking about the current functioning is to try and show that her life there is cushy. Like if you don't send her to jail, she's got it good. Disgusting. And that's a very good point. And it could also be going to signal she might get better real soon. These people like and respect her. She's doing all the things. She might, if you don't convict her, she's going to walk these streets again. Well, sorry, roll these streets again. So very good point, Emily. And Amy says, allow me to make a diagnosis of someone for something that happened to her over 3 years ago, because that makes so much more sense. How the F is this even allowed? I think they need to up the gatekeeping factor. But, the risk is when you up that gatekeeping factor, and I mean what the judge allows in and doesn't, it's most of the time going to turn around and bite the defense in the ass because rulings tend to be state-sided. That's my opinion. State gets more leeway. All my years as a criminal defense attorney, that's how I see it. That's what I see. So there it is. Okay. So you get a ruling that makes it even harder to get expert opinions in. It's very rarely going to cut against the prosecution and probably often going to cut against the defense, but it's fodder for cross-examination. That's the rule, the way we have it. And it's supposed to be because the defendant has a right to present a defense and to allow more of the defense's evidence in. But you know how it plays because I just said it. That's my opinion. You won't get me off it, period. Thank you, Amy. Great point as well. Magical Mary says people should check out maternal mental health state report cards. Not a single state agency got an A. Scary shit. Thanks for your generosity. So Kim says, or Kim Neighbor, Allie, at lunch, will you explain why Dr. Resnick was not allowed to tell us what Lindsay said to him? But if she had told someone else she, quote, wanted to unalive her children, it would be allowed. So there's two sides of it. Some of it could be not getting in your own, your hearsay, sneaking it in through an expert when you had when at that time that you made the statements, with time to reflect and whatever, you had a reason to make it sound beneficial to you. Gosh, my brain is just like, it needs food. So like just you saying things that are helpful to yourself and then getting it all in through your expert. Other parts of it is going to state of mind at the time, which I thought they were allowing the defense to do. Now, the prosecution can do it because it's an opposing witness's statements, not your own statements that you're trying to get in, but an opposing party getting it in for state of mind. So some of it depends on the timing the statement speaks to, as opposed to her saying what she felt and heard at the time. And he's going to be able to, I think the defense right now on cross could be able to bring out her precise statements, not for the truth of the matter asserted that it's true, but for the fact to show that he completely disregarded it and didn't take it into account even as a possibility of being true. So there's ways around it like that. So the statements were allowed in as to, like, she wanted to unalive her children because that goes to her state of mind at the time, a present state of mind that she's giving to a doctor for treatment. Treatment is different than an expert. So when you've got a treater, the information you provide to a treater is admissible as another exception to hearsay over and above state of mind, because it's it's information you're providing for treatment. I don't know what Massachusetts rule is, actually, so I shouldn't speak out of turn because they may have a different hearsay rule. But that's typically allowed. The prosecution also has more options when you're introducing the opposing part, the statement of opposing a party. You've got more leeway to introduce those than the others. But you start with the premise of, is it being offered for the truth of the matter asserted? Now, even though you might want it to be going and accepted for the truth of the matter asserted, and you might have every reason that they're going to take this as the truth, and I want people to believe it, as long as there's an alternative basis other than truth that a hearsay exception allows, or that can be brought without going to hearsay, because then it's not hearsay, right? If it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's relevant, like offered for the truth of the matter of how this expert considered those statements in coming up with his conclusion, true or false. So hopefully we'll see the defense being able to get into some of that here. She said, don't say what she said to you. So maybe it's like, because these aren't treaters, she said that to her witness as well. But I think that there's going to be some leeway. But that's why, and also depending on the state you're in. So we got some jewels. Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Brenda. Mudrucker says, the goal is the minimum therapeutic dose for each patient. This goes back to my question before about this woman seems to feel lower doses in a different way than maybe other people do. And that's been evident since nursing school, in my estimation of the evidence. Okay. So Mudrucker says the goal is the minimum therapeutic dose for each patient, which varies based on individual metabolism and uptake of the medicine. Hers is lower. Thank you for that. Shiboogies, sorry, I pulled a Bob there, says, prescribed Zoloft after Dawson had PPD, didn't take it. No psychosis. Has Cora, the PPD intensifies, so she takes the Zoloft and triggers her bipolar and PPP. It's like, right, psychosis. Agreed. Shanta says, Red not objecting, so they hear how bad it is. Red will get them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. My takeaway, proving the defense's case. 3 years later, wheelchair in bed, not sociable, didn't care for ADLs, food, depressed, exiting. Yeah, existing, all that stuff. Yeah. Anna Banana says, I think she's trying to prove that Lindsay Clancy has it too comfy at the hospital and should be in jail. So we saw another comment that said the same thing. Unless I unless this was the one that no, so this is a different one. So you guys are feeling that. And I think that's absolutely one of the things they are hoping to convey. For sure. And again, and if you don't convict her, she might get out also. All those things. So great point. Great point. The realist DIZ says, I'm a psychology person, not a law person. So excuse me if this is answered, but have the jury asked a single question. They don't do questions from the jury in Massachusetts. Is that significant? It would be if questions were allowed. I feel like it could go both ways if true, and it could. So all good things that you're saying. All right, you guys, I'm going to grab something to eat. Stand by. Court might be back soon. It's almost 2 their time. So it's live and it's live and it's playing. So
You're watching Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae, and we are in Massachusetts this hour. A battle of the experts is happening. Testimony that could determine the outcome of the triple murder trial for Lindsay Clancy. The prosecution's rebuttal case is where we are right now. We expect to hear from a total of 3 witnesses, so 2 more after the one that's on the stand now from the Commonwealth. Experts are testifying about whether or not the defendant was in a psychotic state when she killed her children, whether or not she could appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions in that psychotic state, or whatever happened prior to the strangulation deaths of her 3 children. Today, a defense psychiatrist was on the stand this morning, right before the defense rested their case, who said that the issue that she was dealing with was so severe that she believed what she was doing was right, while the prosecution psychiatrist says she was depressed but normal.
She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not, frankly, psychotic, until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period? Or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Let's go back into the courtroom for more of the Commonwealth psychiatrist, Dr. Avram Mack. He's still under direct examination.
Appreciate, or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant.
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world, and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was
I can't hear that again. I cannot hear that again. I'll have a mental breakdown. Oh, can you hear my thoughts, Mom? Wow. Stand by. So I think because I moved away from the chair the dog usually lays. I don't know if you guys can see him. Maybe you can't. But if I was full screen, you see his little face there? Oh, I guess my name's covering it. You can see his eyeball. You see it blinking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to all that again. Just can't take it. But we are live. So I'll just keep it up so we don't miss it. You know what? I'm going to keep it below me so I don't get a ding. Like, I don't know if they're going to be like, oh, you were like using Court TV's other thread, others, video. Thanks, Laurie. J-Man says, after 50 years, didn't anyone think to ask one of these expert head shrinkers how to manage? Yeah, Red. How are you supposed to manage it? Is it, it's like crazy. Oh, how to manage Red. Thanks for your generosity. Laurie, thank you. Sub Rosa says, Dr. Heilbrunn and Dr. Mack work for Dr. Park Diaz's firm, the lying expert that got Andrea Yates convicted for life in her first trial. I mean, that's cross-examination fodder. Thanks for your generosity. Sean Beacom says, I think he just showed that the Commonwealth could prove Lindsay wasn't in psychosis by then hearing Lindsay in the video, but they don't want that. I think he just showed that the Commonwealth could prove Lindsay wasn't in psychosis by then. What, 3.5? Oh, when Dr. Resnick examined her, hearing Lindsay in the video, but they don't want to do that. I mean, that's possible that that's what was conveyed. That's what you got from it. Thanks for your generosity. Jenna says, I think Red's strategy will be to rip their witness to shreds on cross and create more doubt on the Commonwealth. I think so too. Resnick's testimony was very impactful. Yeah. It's definitely one of the strategies. And that's why, going back to like why he didn't need to cross-examine, redirect Resnick, whose testimony was already impactful. Man, you guys, I got super excited about Bob's prediction. Thinking it was real. Live in La Vida Loca. And thanks, Sarah. Be creative for... Wait. Did I skip Sarah? I skipped right over Sarah. Sarah, I got to give a lot of love to the mods for this one. Thank you. Yes, me too. And y'all put your buy me a pizza link up there. Go ahead and buy the mods a pizza. Money goes right to them. Thank you for your generosity, Sarah. Live in La Vida Loca says, I am late, but that riddle you told at the beginning of the show, believe it or not, came from All in the Family. I am aging myself. That's where it started? I actually think I remember that from All in the Family. Now that just brought a memory up. I don't usually get memories. I had a memory yesterday. I couldn't decide if it was real or not. And I was like, I don't usually get old memories popping up. Maybe my brain's changing from the perimenopause into menopause thing, and now I'm going to start remembering things? Because I couldn't remember shit before, too. As far as just, like... Or I don't know, because I don't know how long I've been in this perimenopause thing. So, sorry, I digress. Beyond the bedside with Jen. Have faith in Red. Yes. Talking about not cross-examining. I've changed my tune. Like I said, it's one thing to want and crave and need from the other side of this computer. But K-Con and Nerd for Learning, thank you for the jewels. Magical Mary was answering my question about Massachusetts closings. So in most states, hold on.
Research, we'll take the afternoon recess, and we'll have you back here.
Very short. He's privately outside the jury's presence that these witnesses may spill over into tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, after the weekend.
I forget because there was something else that I wanted to say, but I'll just go back to this because maybe it'll come to me. In most states, it's the prosecution goes, then the defense goes, then the prosecutor has their rebuttal closing. So Mary was answering my question because I thought I recalled that from Mass. So in Mass, to not give that, it seems like they've got a lot of strong defense. Must have a strong defense bar in Massachusetts because, the defense goes first and the Commonwealth still gets the final word, but they don't get that double up, So, but that just goes back to the whole, no matter what, you have to predict what the Commonwealth is going to say because they always get the last word. So, and then we got Desiree again, Holly again, and Glitter Girl with the jewels. Thanks, guys. I highlighted this comment. Beyond the bedside with Jen, she said, Lindsay Clancy, stopped breastfeeding right before starting Zoloft. Huge hormonal shift. And so many of you have made similar comments, and it's got washed over, I think, in the trial. I feel like it was mentioned by somebody. Maybe that was Dr. Zizel, about like hormones and changes. I don't know. I can't remember now if breastfeeding was mentioned or only by the chat, or if it actually was mentioned at all. But it's a thing. It's a thing. Mama Loca says, Red looks like he wants to jump out of his seat. I don't know how he's keeping it together. This was back from 1052, so it would have been the cross-examination of his expert. I don't know how he kept it together either. And then had the tenacity and strength not to just want to cross-examine him. There was something else about the burden I wanted to say. I forget. No, we mentioned it earlier too, but I had something else in my head that I wanted to say. Like when I went downstairs, something he said, I don't know. Anyway, Kat says, why is the Commonwealth allowed to present a theory and ask about malingering when even their doctor concluded she wasn't? I mean, they're really not supposed to be able to do that. You can't make a theory based on facts inconsistent with the, evidence. Unsupported. Mischaracterized. All of it. They're doing it over and over again. Like we just heard them doing it about the whole, was it the side effects from the medication? Oh, that you can't do normal things when you're, psychotic. Their own expert says you can. It's just, they just keep doing it. Melissa Frank, thank you for the jewels. So Cheryl Victor says, sorry, I'm catching up, but women who do this due to child abuse have a history of child abuse, not one and done. I can't stand these prosecutors. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, her pediatrician, the kid's pediatrician was like, I've never saw anything at all. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Patty Ann. Thank you, Ambrosia, for the jewels. Love the jewels. Love them. Chilo says, he said he was she was psychotic and listening to command hallucinations. Though, oh, that was going back to like the first expert about the first two things applying to Lindsay. Beautiful Messy Ball asked, because I said I was just concerned about the suicide, you know, how that impacts the psychosis part that of what the doctor testified to, that she in her delusional state felt the kids would fare better in heaven with her than on earth without her. I mean, they didn't present this, and it hasn't been what they've said since opening. They can do whatever they want. It doesn't look good for the jury, and I think they'd probably argue it as an alternative or something. But who knows? Maybe they won't. They'll probably just stick with what they've been saying. But they didn't put on a case that supports that. They put on a case that supports she's faking, she's lying, she's manipulating. The whole thing's a lie. She didn't even want to really kill herself. True Crime Queen and Dory, thanks for the jewels. Iceman Cometh, what up, doe? Says, in my opinion, and again, this is going back to Dr. Resnick's testimony, this testimony is very pivotal to the case, and I personally have been waiting for this to be explained as clearly as he is doing it. I agree. Dr. Resnick was very important to the case and for Lindsay Clancy advocacy. Agreed, Commonwealth. Agreed, Iceman. So, Brew Berries, I was trying to figure out if I read this before, but I don't. Oh, now we're actually back.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Yes. This doctor has articles and courses on detecting malingered psychosis. If anyone was faking, he would be the one to know it. So he believes her. I 100% agreed. And you made that comment even before I did, it looks like, time-wise. So, yeah. And then we got Catherine and Holly and Justanani and Julie and Christine and Peanuts, all with the jewels. Love the jewels. Squinty Bubbles says, is it just me or does the court clerk sound like Rosemary, the telephone operator from Hong Kong Fooey? I couldn't even speak to that remotely. No, I've never even heard of it. Jacqueline, thanks for the rules. Hey, Patched Up gifted a membership. Thank you. And Puddle Splasher became a new member. Welcome. Family hug. Allie, thanks for the commentary. While gave my dog his medicine, he had 4 teeth pulled. Oh, poor guy. Oh, I'm glad the commentary helped keep you calm.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Hi, Commonwealth.
Thank you. All right, guys, regulate. Allie, regulate.
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts.
I got a question, guys. Can someone go back maybe and find out, is that really where they ended? Because did she talk to her witness on the break? Is that what happened? Because if you remember, the question where she did her, and he says, oh, sorry, was about protective factors. But I can't, maybe that is where we ended too. But I don't know.
And protective factors do the opposite. There are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overall, you can answer.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or
Right.
ideation.
I guess the important part I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
So that.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day,
Inside.
when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including...
Sorry, guys, because someone asked about hearsay before. It's not hearsay. None of the statements are hearsay when offered by the prosecution at this time because they're statements of a party opponent. And then there's certain statements they don't want to ask him about, and that's why they're premising in those like that.
Including her husband, Patrick, that earlier that day, it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
Well, that's hearsay.
Or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience...
So she was getting better. Is that what they just threw out there? So she was actually getting better. And that's why she had the energy to carry out the acts. She was improving. This is such bullshit. These facts are so inconsistent with the evidence that this guy is just digging his own hole. Just keep going, buddy, because you are made yourself so incredulous. I hope, it's easy for us on this side of the screen to be like, no one's buying a word he's fucking selling. But when the government calls an expert to the stand, the jury usually believes them. But the tides have been a turning. The government isn't trusted by so many, regardless of if you're liberal or not liberal, or you're this or you're that. No matter which way you look at it, the government has lost credibility with everyone, I think. With so many, the mass majority of people, I think. So hopefully that helps us here, that they're not giving him, they're seeing his incredulousness for what it is. Look back.
So in your experience, do people sometimes
leading
display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Oh, they're improving.
Now,
They're improving. She's
just going
improving.
back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Really? 50-50?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can be. It can vary. Sometimes it can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
So she told the truth.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
All right. So the Commonwealth puts on their own expert right now to say she did have a voice because he believes her. She's not malingering. She did hear a voice. The voice did tell her these things, but she didn't have to listen, I think is where he's got. I don't know. Is he saying he didn't believe because they tested her and she wasn't malingering? And she just told the story backwards and forwards, so she's telling the truth. Looping back.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
Bullshit.
And she was able to describe to you how...
Liar. She just opened the fucking door because he'd left out all the other things that she said. All the other things that she said about losing, not having control over her body, feeling like there was someone else. All the other things that she said. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Going back.
Activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay.
Caused
And as
herself
far
to
as
fall.
going out the window, did she tell you?
I am so sorry. You can't ask what she said and then twist what she said and just make it sound. You minimize it when you want. You are like such a. I can't, you guys. I'm just going to remember. You guys tell me to breathe. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to breathe. Bullshit lying son of a bitch. Okay.
Whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well,
Right.
what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
Oh, no.
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Which is what she said in the civil court.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
I'm sorry, guys. I've got to pause. Did she just establish, she being the Commonwealth, that this occurred between the murders, between the strangulations? Did she just establish that? What he said was 15 to 20 minutes after. I don't know what he said after which were these events. I don't know. I don't know. Should we take it back? Let's just say the words again. Okay, we're going to listen to it again.
Before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
What
that was my understanding.
Point? How is this one?
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house?
Never mind.
Or
not leading.
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
and were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
Are you aware?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the the phone call,
Oh, here we
she
go.
indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that?
I don't know why he's not objecting, because it's not, it's like, has nothing to do with this guy's thing. But do you only feed your kids once? Do your kids not want something different? Do they not want ketchup for their chicken nuggets? Do they not want applesauce? Do they not want a drink? Do they not need something else? So she didn't say it was between. She didn't. And she told you the truth with everything, except now you think she's lying. I'm going to breathe.
So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
Was.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the
Anxiety.
substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The door.
First point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law.
Yeah.
So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard.
That's not the question she asked.
Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law,
We're not.
one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
Oh my gosh. The ability to conform your conduct to the law, I have never in my life, and maybe I'm about to learn something, understood that to mean in any respect, as opposed to the respect to the crime that you're charged with. Am I fucking crazy right now? Like, because she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law as to traffic, she could conform it when she has a command hallucination to kill? Is that all that needs to be required? Is this what?
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
How do you know?
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable.
Move to strike that he's not sure about it.
All right. That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents, and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified, indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed, that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as
God.
the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself, where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this, and yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts, so it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacity that required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Mack's CV is the next exhibit.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
291.
I just can't wait for this. So all my other thoughts are gone. There was some shit there at the end, though. While I was
Ms.
downstairs.
Reddington?
So,
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
Retained by, yes.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally, I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under 101, 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Damn.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
Shut up.
What did she tell you about, I'm sorry.
Ask the question,
What did she
answer
tell
the
you?
question, and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college, and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd she go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from
Well, let's
the
talk about
defendant
let's
herself.
talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes.
And her husband was Patrick, right?
Yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Okay. Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
The first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
Both.
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she.
So what Red's doing here is trying to pull out all the things he doesn't know. So we started with Cora, and he's hoping that he asks him some open-ended questions, and all his answers are wrong. That's what he's trying to do.
She had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know
That's
whether
Zoloft,
she took
guys?
it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora,
Yeah, it is.
had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She wasn't living in Weymouth, or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety. And as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had throughout her life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir. I gave you
All
a little room.
right, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself, or perhaps her mother, caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, but we assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes. In the past, exercise was her.
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I asked you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the question.
question called for a yes or no answer. All right? And so, go ahead.
Judge's tone has
Can you
changed.
state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA.
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025.
But you didn't see her until
So
2026?
like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out. From the district attorney's office.
Okay. Oh. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Go to sidebar. Wait a second.
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Wait a second. Go to sidebar. Listen.
Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Wait, go to
Objection.
sidebar.
Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
I didn't hear that last part. It was go to sidebar. Somebody was sick or something. I don't know. I don't know. Go to sidebar. What'd you guys hear? Did you guys hear anything? Oh, Resnick. Oh, yeah. Not sick. Resnick. Go to sidebar. That was Resnick. Thanks, guys. Oh, my God. See, where's my brain? I'm hearing somebody's sick. That was Resnick. Yeah. Go to sidebar. That was Resnick. We're a team here, Mad says. Thank you, because I need you guys. History and Homicide says we got you. I was trying to get back to we're a team in here, but every time I do, it just pops back down. But you know, you guys get it. Eric's still behind. What'd she say? We got it now. We got it now. Go to sidebar. I think that was Resnick. True. Wait, where is it? True Crime Addict says, gosh darn it. We're a family. Dysfunctional as fuck. That's how families are. You know, I was just thinking about this whole, like, I see maybe you guys have been calling him Uncle Fester and I've been missing it. I'm like, is he got like a bald thingy on his head, you know, that they do for actors? They put that cover over, make them look bald. It's so distracting. And I mean, you guys have been calling him Uncle Fester, and I've just been missing it. Yes, a bald cap. Oh, gosh. Please fast forward. We are live. We live. Am I not live? Oh, my God. I lied. We weren't live. Oh, gosh. I thought we were live. Now we're wheelie spinny. Now we're spinning.
Forensic still active?
Oh, my God.
2024.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in
Wait.
December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was
That's
Okay.
raising.
Wow. All right. Sorry, guys.
Your
There we go.
understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person like Lindsay is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
God.
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts in that regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go.
He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
No, overruled.
I said Park
Sit
Dietz
down.
and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz.
All right. Wait.
I said
Look,
Park Dietz and Associates.
look
I
at you
didn't
one
say
more
Park-
time.
Yes,
Here we go.
but
No, overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's a guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
Why?
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he
No.
a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the
Well, it
letterhead
says
basically
Avram
says.
Mack, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
I think he should
Now-
be able to inquire about the firm you belongs to. He tried to say that he was hired by a retention firm, but you went under their letterhead. What is happening?
How does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay, do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just
Any old person.
anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having
Dr. Dietz.
a robust career and
You have a robust
background.
career?
Wait a minute. I think that opens this door all the way back up to Dr. Dietz. It's someone who Dr. Dietz makes a decision. So not just somebody under the end associates. Please tell me we get to go back to Dr. Dietz. The man who decided you were the man for the job is the man who makes up a Law and Order episode and says it in a courtroom. Look at the judge's face. Look at the judge's face. I mean, seriously, Red, I think the door just opened right the fuck back up for that line of questioning. he might have thinks he made his point, and he did. So
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Deep Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer, yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Habran?
I am referring to Dr. Halpern. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halpern, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes. I
Both
think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work
about that independent
under
thing?
the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No.
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does
No.
that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And he's breathing heavier.
You have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
It says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same.
Virginia?
Same.
So what does that mean?
Why are they all on
That
your
you have
resume?
licensure? Does that mean you
Why are
can
they
be a
CV?
psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
So you listed all these places on your CV as places that you're licensed or whatever the hell we're talking about, and you let all those lapse. Why are they on the CV? Commonwealth? Why are they on there?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and family court judges. Is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but...
Number 8 on...
No, but what does it say in its entirety?
Ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look at
The Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay. The focus, nevertheless, is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer is yes?
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes. I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, and psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematous age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did?
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but...
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
You'd have to remind me. There was a period when I was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
that's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, Mac AH, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not a book, but yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream.
So your focus is on children and adolescents and alcohol and drugs. No, I mean, we're all hearing it. I'm like sitting over here loving it. I like need my popcorn. Yeah. Where is your information that's helpful here, sir? Where's your background in this kind of stuff? You compare the two experts. There's only one you should believe. Expert for expert, whichever expert, Crazy. I remember as a resident. No, no. Mhm. None of which is pregnant women. No sound. You can't hear the court? You hear me? Do you guys hear me? We hear you, not the court. All right, I'll go back. I'm hearing it. What the hell? I'm gonna do this. Oh, you gotta go back. Let me make sure you can hear. Oh, hold on. Gonna get to the right place and then ask if you guys can hear. I'm just gonna go from when he pounds on the lector. On the lector. Can you hear? I don't have a little speaker. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back till he pounds on the. Look at him. All right. This is where I'm going. When he pounds on the lector, is this right? No sound. All right, let me open up a whole new window. Let me stop sharing and reshare. Let me open up a whole new window first. All right. I gotta get back to the right place. But let me just make sure you guys can hear. All right, hold on. Stop sharing. All right. I don't know which one's the right one. I'm gonna X this one completely off. I'm gonna share this screen. God, share the screen. I'm gonna share this one. Hold on. Now, let's make sure you can hear.
That I co-led
Now
about
go back.
the
But you
prospect
can hear?
of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And
Can you hear?
what's a cognitive bias? Just
All right.
So when you think about
Now I'm gonna
diagnoses,
go
there's always a
forward. My
possibility that
plan.
an
Let me pause
individual.
this. My plan is to go back to when he pounds on the lector. Is that what everyone needs? Is that where we're gonna start this at? Somebody said nope. Okay, I'm gonna go to there. I can't look at you while I'm doing it, but I'll come back and check. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Just gonna go back another second.
Drugstore perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
How long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago is that?
Yeah.
You guys want to go back more than that? You're saying where he talked about the devil's lettuce? You guys hadn't been able to hear? Comment. Wait, hold on. Last was the devil's lettuce? All right. Wait, now some people are saying this is perfect, but other people are saying, oh, Lord. No, wait. He asked about kids smoking weed. Yeah, that's right where we're at right now. I'm just going to go back to here again. Here we go. Kids, drugs, and alcohol. Okay, this is right about where it was. Go back a little more.
Think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor. Be a doctor. Web drugstore perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident.
I'm leaving it.
And
How long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
starting.
when. When?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. And
What did
so
you do?
since then, I
residency,
went to
right.
the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of.
Do you see how disgusting this is? Okay. We're all out here. I mean, the royal we, at least the people fighting and talking about women's mental health, of how women's mental health is disregarded. Women's mental health is completely ignored. The DSM doesn't mention postpartum. What about postpartum? What about postpartum? And they find a fucking idiot who is specializes in children and adolescents, substance and alcohol abuse, who has never had any sort of special training, special focus, special interest even in women's health. Not even to mention postpartum. This is like the cherry on top of the fucking disgusting pile of garbage. That this is just how out of touch these assholes are. And not only that, they couldn't get anyone who knows a damn thing about postpartum, about the perinatal health of a woman, to say anything they wanted to say. They reached through the garbage and pulled this asshole out. The people that hired him couldn't find anyone who specializes, because I listen, let me just tell you a little bit about when you hire a firm to bring you on, an expert, a retention firm. They're going to try and find the most focused expert they can, who's going to say the shit you want, but the most with the closest credentials to what you're talking about, to the closest specialty, to some history, to a CV that mentions the word women, a CV that mentions the word peri-fucking-natal, a CV that says postpartum. They couldn't find him or her. They could not find a person to say this bullshit that this guy is saying. I don't know about their next expert, but this one, flush him down the garbage, throw him out the window, right? The same place the whole society wants to flush women's mental health and women's physical health and all this shit right down the garbage like it's meaningless. That's what you are, meaningless. This is a fucking joke, and they're treating it like a joke. They're treating it like a fucking joke. I'm outraged. I got to go back later and listen to how the hell the prosecution introduced this guy. They must have mentioned, did they just ask only about psychiatry? Like, I don't even remember feeling like, when are they going to mention postpartum? This is like, I just can't even believe it. Two women, right? Two women do this. It's like they don't even give a shit. And it just goes to prove that they'll do whatever they, the Commonwealth, the government, whatever the fuck they damn well please to get a conviction. We're going to bring someone in here. You know, they got this shit resume and they said, because look, we're all lawyers. Lawyers know what happens when you put on an expert who's got nothing in the specialty that he's talking about. Nothing. They say, well, wait a minute. we couldn't find someone who specializes in postpartum with some kind of something in perinatal health of a woman, women's health, anything? I guarantee they looked into why. I guarantee they looked into why. Hey, Dietz and Associates, couldn't you find someone who specializes in this shit? I don't know who the next guy is. Maybe he does. Okay. But this guy couldn't get someone who specialized on what he's talking about because they would have found him. They searched. That's their fucking job, to retain the right person. But they couldn't. So they just retained any old fucker who would say what they wanted him to say. I mean, yeah, this one, find this comment. I'm ready for him to say, well, I had a friend who was pregnant once. I got friends who've been pregnant. Oh, yeah, my wife, you know. I just, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is pathetic fucking joke. All right, I'm done. Let's go.
Adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in.
Okay.
Throughout the
Go
years.
Back 10 seconds.
So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown, I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Okay.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been under designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And
I knew a pregnant
I was
woman.
the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them.
But it's not you.
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
Till?
And when you would treat these women,
What was the last
would you
one?
be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over
Yes
the
or no,
year
asshole.
of 2022, 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay.
Postpartum anxiety.
So
Ask him that
was
one.
she ever administered the, what is it, EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well,
of course you don't.
Do you know what her readings were? on the Edinburgh test?
my God.
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show
review
you
it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer.
The judge lets him go.
When did she
You have
see
respect
Tufts?
for him.
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on for a
Hold on a
second.
second. Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead. You want me to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
You know, she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
Lifelong?
Yes.
Okay, how about in grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking.
I want to know what.
But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, you gotta, go ahead, Doctor, finish the question.
but when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you,
How'd you learn
grammar
that?
school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only your description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
Did she?
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is, you don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Go. I don't care.
Read the whole
It's not
fucking
there.
thing.
Well, on page 8,
Uh-oh.
what I had written was Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take the medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk.
Right.
Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
No rule.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about if she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm
Nope,
happy to,
nope,
if you
in your
would like me to
report.
spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I know.
to. What?
Prove you wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe, that
I
the
would've let him look.
DSM is something that you all...
I would have left him sitting there and just sitting with my arms crossed while he reads through the whole damn report, and he comes back, okay, yeah, no, it's not in here. But, you know, Reddington doesn't want to waste the jury's time, but I would have been,
use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD,
What does that stand for?
the International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, or you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No.
use the
I'm
DSM.
asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM though, right? 5TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
that's not what he said.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called.
All right, hold on. I just want to tell you what Bob says. He says the jury is staring at this guy like he's from Mars. No one, I mean, no one taking.
Called postpartum
notes.
You mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition?
What he said was people tried to get them to put it in and they declined.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
Oh, college.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So,
the judge is falling asleep now.
DSM-4 in 1994. As a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? Yeah. And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time...
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes...
Right, it's a paragraph.
Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Do you wait?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men,
Hmm.
including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not
Yeah.
sure I understand your
How
question.
you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay,
I can just tell you about it.
all right. Okay, right here, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and
The whole fucking system's a joke. The whole fucking thing's a joke. You know, yeah, there's some differences between women and men you all should look into, but we didn't research or study it because we don't give a fuck. You know, men are paying our salaries. You know what we really want to talk about here are the men's problems, but we're going to put this little asterisk. Got my little asterisk, get my little red pen. Asterisk. Shit's different for women. We didn't care to research. Move on.
related disorder section? Yeah. The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right?
Oh my God.
That's all right. Yeah, okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1 or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
That they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
Do you agree with
And
that,
that they
sir?
also
He specializes in it.
and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause
But that's
when
true.
estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
Well, that's right, actually.
Sorry. Sorry.
Right, because
It does say that.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy? What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier. Yeah.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization?
I heard him
What's
whisper
their
again.
cutoff using that
Go
term?
back,
I
see
don't-
if anybody can
And
catch it.
how about the World Health Organization? What's their
Wait,
cutoff?
one more.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
Something about the index.
I don't know.
How
I can
about
tell
the-
you that
how
the
about the-
proponents
Go
of
ahead.
postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's International
If
Classification.
I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year?
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
You
It's a
agree?
year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well,
Like,
the
you're-
distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM,
All right. Mr. Reddington, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, why? No, I
So
don't, no.
That paragraph that
No.
you just went through.
I just,
We're
I
talking about-
completely disagree. He gets to demonstrate that, let's just keep it going. Because it is what it is, and my daughter's calling.
Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
yes,
They mention the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
yes,
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay,
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
yes,
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
it may be. As I was,
Because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong?
well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features and a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's
What
postpartum
literature?
psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying
describe
real
it.
hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
Finish, doctor, go ahead.
I don't have anything more, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
You shut up.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
Well,
I don't think they're
with
trying to get
DSM-5.
postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders.
There you go.
Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
I'd like to
And
finish
that would
speaking.
be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
He's exacerbated. Wait. No. Jeez. Just leave me be. Don't let me talk anymore.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. You want me to read all of them?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case, their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course. And the course, by course, I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Let's stick with the section that you just pointed out. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure. It's right.
Not exacerbated.
Yeah, but that's a different
That's why I
portion.
said ignore me.
No, that's what
guys.
you were
Come on.
reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in Biological Psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar disorder.
Can I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
The proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So
Ay, ay, ay.
there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay, let's
paragraph. It
just
goes
stick-
on to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next
with
All right, counsel, let me see counsel's sidebar here. Just, you got,
Now
schedule.
his exasperation has been exasperate. I think we got some time. His exasperation has been exacerbated. We're live. Yes. All of our exasperation is exacerbated. Gonna exasperate the fuck out of that exasperation. Let's just I don't know, guys. Got a headache from this guy. You know, but Red's letting him hold court a little too much.
Members of the jury, we're going
gonna
to break at this point. All right?
Good. I'll gather
So,
our minds.
you know what I'm going to tell you? All right? You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right? Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just really guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. It is wonderful. Much because of your work on engagement. We did discuss that. Okay. The PA's up to you guys.
Am I excused, sir?
Sure, back to the forum, this court's in session.
See what
You
you're
can
saying.
sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talk to the PA's up to you guys' schedule. We did discuss that.
Oh, we can talk to the DA's office
All right.
in regard to the schedule.
Counsel, anything else we need to address before Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, and so the plan would be, we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
God, you guys.
All rise.
I just can't. Can just anyone be appointed as an expert? You can hire whoever you want as an expert. You can prove to the court that they're, you know, that they qualify as an expert, and then you can get shredded when you pick a shit one. You know, but they should have some kind of specialty. I mean, everyone has to testify once, right? So yeah, but they should have some basis. He was qualified as an expert in psychiatry. That's all he needs technically to testify. So then he gets just turned to shit for not having any specialty. And thank you, Cheryl. Michaela says, Dr. Mack should be ashamed. Equating state of mind years after to state of mind at the time. A quack. How he waxed on. Oh, yes. How he waxed on interpretation of go to God was wild. Yeah, that was the thing while I was downstairs that I was just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Did you just make some shit up? I took that to mean, and why was there no objecting? That was not based on his expertise. That was supposition. That was unsupported. He needed to object. Like, that was such bullshit. Well, I took it to mean they should go to God because they're innocent, but she doesn't deserve to go to God because what she's doing is wrong. Who the fuck told you that? Where did you get your mind reading degree? He's not even a psychologist. He's a psychiatrist. What does the medication tell you about what that meant? Where the fuck do you get off interpreting it like that? So, yeah, thank you, Michaela. I appreciate that because that was one of the things when I went downstairs. There was something else too that I thought of. I think I made a little note to myself or something. Oh, yeah. The suicides and the homicides were very thoughtful, very methodical. She tried everything, tried all the different ways. That to me shows she can conform herself to the law because she had the ability to conform her conduct to make it make sense walking around the fucking house. Th- th- but he's an expert in a court of law. And people assume judge wouldn't let him be saying this shit if it wasn't true. He's in a courtroom, he's saying it. I got to get through your guys' comments so we can go and prepare for Bob. We got to get ready for Bob. Nicole Kelly says, need Red to go back to Dietz. Yeah, I agree. If I was in the jury, I'd be confused without Google. Yep. Maybe he's saving it for the next witness. No, his objection got sustained, but I honestly think it opened up the door back to Dietz because this witness said Dietz picks the person he thinks is going to do the best job. Well, then you know what? Who the fuck Dietz is about, what kind of scumbag piece of shit he is now relevant to how he goes about choosing who should be the right witness. So, and maybe I think the judge might have given him some leeway after that. Amy Bergman says Dietz is the one that Resnick schooled, and Resnick called out about the Law and Order episode because of the Yates case. So I don't know about this. So I'm going to Google it because this is hysterical. It clearly sounds like the guy, Dietz, Law and Order. And I'm just going to go with, I don't know, Wikipedia. Oh, look, there's a Law and Order fandom page. Okay. All right. I'm going with a PubMed, like a real article. Mother who drowned her 5 children is granted a retrial after a witness gave false evidence. Dr. Park, might as well share this. But is it up here? Do you guys see it? Yeah, do I need to make it bigger? Let me get rid of this so you can see more of it. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right. Don't worry, I'll move it over. Okay. Shrink it down, move it over. Okay, Dr. Park Dietz, a mental health expert who appeared for the prosecution, who was also a consultant for the television program Law and Order, had told the trial court jury, whatever, there was an episode of that program in which a woman with postpartum depression who drowned her children in the bath was found insane. He said it was aired shortly before Miss Yates carried out the same actions. Wow, he tried to say Yates learned this from a Law and Order program. A 3-judge of appeals court panel in Houston said last week that the statement was false. There was no such episode. The falsehood had been discovered shortly after the jury convicted Miss Yates, but before she was sentenced. The jury was told about the falsehood during the sentencing hearing at which Miss Yates received life imprisonment. The prosecution had pushed for the death penalty. The trial court then denied a defense. So this must be somebody in the UK writing this by how program is and how defense is. But anyway, the trial court then denied a defense application for a mistrial, but the appeal court panel said the application should have been granted. While absolving them of wrongdoing, the appeal panel said prosecutors, quote, connected the dots, quote, with the false testimony to convince the jurors that Mrs. Yates, who watched the television series, patterned her actions after the episode. She kind of love the way they talk, UK. We conclude that there's a reasonable likelihood that Dr. Dietz' false testimony could have affected the judgment of the jury. We further conclude that Dr. Dietz' false testimony affected the substantial rights of the appellant. I'm sure there's probably more. I don't know what it is. Kind of wish Bob was here. Somebody. You know what? We're just gonna do that. Okay, it's much better. Okay. Oh wait, I was going up. Okay. ACD says, Allie, I think you're my sister from another mother. Thanks for the jewel. Sarah B. Creative says, thank you for dealing with me. I'm sorry I'm very charged up. I'm grateful for all of you here. I'm grateful to the Mottas, mods, and chat. I absolutely love it here, and thank you. I mean, then thank you all for dealing with me, because I've been very charged up. I'm still charged up. I'm so charged up, I'm actually tired now. I mean, mental logi, mental OG. PMDD gets its own diagnosis because men have to live with it. Postpartum depression gets a specifier because women are expected to what? This is bullfuckery. Bullfuckery. Okay, I like it. ML Wildchild, thank you. As long as the tallywhacker works, it's all good. Yeah, tallywhacker works. This sounds right. Sure. Dr. TJB says this is so triggering. I want to angry cry. You know, it's in the ICD. Where can I send the screenshot? I could just pull up the ICD. Well, before I do that, let me just see what my man's saying, if anything, on the X machine. Last thing he said was, all right, so he ended it with the CW. Wait, that's not right. Was his last post 2 hours ago? This thing's not working for me. This guy says Lindsay said she was telling the kids go to God when she was killing him. He claims that Lindsay, yeah, okay. So no, Bob hasn't said anything new. All right, so what was I going to? I was going to the IDC CD postpartum. The standard ICD-10 CM code. Are you looking at the Z39.2? Let me see. We'll come back here and see what. Let's just see. Maybe I'll just put right in the word 12 months. Just see. Okay. So the IDC codes for up to 12-month postpartum depression, non-psychotic depression episodes starting anytime after 12 months. While the standard obstetric code covers a 6-week postpartum window, mental health code explicitly extends the window to 12 months post-delivery. So the APPC, so it's 090.6. Postpartum depression can occur anytime within the 12-month period. Same thing for postpartum anxiety and $12 months. It says, while acute postpartum onset window to be the first 12 weeks, they track the mental health outcome over 12 months. But acute onset is right after. I still think it's like the medication, psychopathy, psychopathy or substance abuse psychosis. I don't know. I got it. It's a mortal sin. Thank you. Appreciate you. Amy says, so glad I found a family here. Let's go Red. Thank you. Thanks, Christina. Nola Jen NR says, Red needs to bring the focus back to Elsie stopped breastfeeding right after her anxiety and increased prescribed SSR. So I hear you about this huge hormonal shift at that point. But what I wonder, and I don't mean to say but, I'm just can't remember what his experts, if they laid a foundation for relying on that, like if there's been evidence about that in the trial, because now I'm conflating in my mind things that you guys have said. Wow. Yeah, all that energy, pent up energy, got me yawning. The huge hormonal shift. And don't forget, anything he's got in any evidence and any inferences drawn from it, he can put it all together at closing. That's, you can bet your ass that's what it's clear that's what the prosecution's going to do with this whole, she just wanted to kill herself and didn't want to leave the kids behind. Nola RN became a member. That's the same Nola RN who keeps trying to say this is an important issue. And it sounds like it is from everything we've heard so far and everything, Nola RN. Oh, I just said that. Thanks. Welcome. Family hug. Easy D Philly in his house. Welcome. Thank you. And Nola RN Jen comes back. We are so disgusted with the mental health care in this country, especially for women. What an absolute disgrace. Fuck this guy and his pediatric experience. I know. And good thing Jen's here for the F-bombs and my rants. Thank you for your generosity. Lorelei, Allie, they reached through garbage, pulled this guy out. That's true. They did. Exhibit Allie Motta's rant appreciation tip. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mama Morris, New York became a member. Welcome, family hug. We got Chris. I'll just say Chris. Kinet. Like kinetic. Thank you for your generosity. And Dana Pooh. Get him, Allie. Loving every minute of this. Can't wait to hear from Bob, too. Me neither. This guy's a joke, and Red is brilliant. I mean, Red's going to come back way more focused tomorrow. He's going to know how to handle this guy. He's going to know what he needs to get out of this guy. He's going to have time to restructure. He already was obliterating him as far as I'm concerned. I just think that some of the talking afterwards might have made it sound like, oh, well, I know he's just a child and adolescent and drug substance, but he seems to know a lot about this DSM thing. He kind of knew some stuff about postpartum. Maybe. He's just talking shit. Cuddly but violent. Thank you for your continued support. 13 months. Red. Yeah. Oh, that's a emoji. We got a red emoji, Tracy. I got to watch more on YouTube so I can see all the actual emojis. Naomi, member for 19 months. Thanks for your continued support. The Commonwealth has proven the defense's case, in my opinion. Also could tell she's from overseas somewhere, given how they spell defense. I think so, too. Oh, I missed this. But OG Akasha was letting me know I was muted, or that the stream was muted. I don't know what happened. I don't have that thing like Bob has, like he touches something and it goes. No, I've got like a hardwired, old school mic on a stand. And thank you very much. Thanks, Jen. Sarah says, he's the man Shannon of mental health. Yeah. He's the something. He does it all. He knows it all. I consider myself a generalized piece of shit. Oh, it's totally normal to ask if you can hear their thoughts. That's rational. At least she asked. She didn't just assume, she asked. Totally normal. Totally fucking normal. Mental says, can someone please offer this hoo-ha some water for fuck's sake with the smacking? I mean, and we got Ambrosia and Law Nerd, thanks for the jewels. Love the jewels. Michaela says, catching up, but she says because you don't know motive doesn't mean there isn't one. Then what is the motive, lady? I mean, she's going to get to it in her closing. She's the controlling mother who didn't think anyone else could care for her kids. She also hated her kids, didn't want to be a mom anymore. So since she didn't want to be a mom anymore and no one could better take care of them, she killed them. So she didn't have to be a mom anymore. But she didn't want to live too. I don't know. I think that's what they're saying. Who fucking knows? They haven't spelled one out yet. They've been saying she couldn't stand motherhood anymore and she wanted out. So she killed her kids and then fake killed herself. So they can't go with, yeah, that's right. That's right. They cannot turn around now and say what their own experts said, that she wanted to kill herself, but she didn't want to leave the kids behind because they put on a case that she didn't want to kill herself. She didn't really try to kill herself. She never intended on killing herself. What she intended to do was kill her kids because she couldn't stand being a mother anymore. That's what they said. So, right, whoever said it earlier, they can't change their shift their tune now. They can't. But why the fuck they didn't go with that is because they were scared that would still be, that it would be something explained away like Dr. Resnick said. Like, that's delusional. It's delusional to say, well, they're better off in heaven with me. But that's not what they said. It's not the case they put on. Like, they've been saying it from the beginning. Look like a bunch of assholes. They changed their tune now. So wait, it wasn't a fake suicide. It was a real suicide. It was the actual motive for killing the kids was because she wanted to do that thing that you spent 3 weeks telling us she damn well never wanted to do, didn't really try to do, slid down. So yeah, they can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. So that's their motive then. Their motive is that she didn't want to be a mom anymore. Woman who wanted to be a mom her whole life. She got frustrated at Christmas. I mean, and then she just was done with it. She's like, this one frustrated me. I'm done. I'm out. Or you're out. That's how I'm getting out, is by you being out. Absurdity. The absurdity of their motive that they didn't need to prove in the first place, but they went off half-cock and made one up anyway, is what makes this case just make no damn sense. You know? I mean, amongst other things, but that absurdity. Autumn Blaze says, Red needs to go a few good men on his ass. Hold up that DM mask and say, does this book have a diagnostic code, Red? I mean, a diagnostic code. Well, is RED also something else? Like, whatever. You got it. No, but the diagnostic code, yeah. Oh, code red, but it's real. What the hell is code red? Is that a real diagnostic code? Like, that's a real diagnosis, code red? I'm not going to switch over to the live chat to see the answer unless I'll just pop over and see what you guys are saying. Uh, yeah, no, they can't have it. Code red is emergency. Yeah, but I mean, oh, so it's not a diagnostic code, but code red's fine. Okay, sorry, I'm overthinking that one. I'm with you. My brain still hasn't caught up on that sleep. It's not fully healed. You Carrie, thank you. Deep South, thank you. Living La Vida Loca. Oh, the riddle. That's the man and her husband man and his son getting an accident riddle we talked about earlier was Gloria and her friend going to a feminist protest. Her friend asked Archie and Meathead. It was hilarious, all in the family. I love that. See, I'm going to see if Bob knew that that's where it came from. Well, you guys were with him yesterday. I don't know if someone brought it up. Yeah. Behind, therapist here. First job was working with people with active psychosis. Reality testing is common with people dealing with psychosis. What the fuck? This psychiatrist is a hack. A total fucking hack. Thank you. Yeah. You know it. Chris Galante says, I would like to add, we don't trust the healthcare industry after COVID either. Kelly says, moved the time from 12:45 to 12:30. Well, yeah, he did all sorts of shit. He did some crazy shit. Yeah, so she's saying they can change it however the fuck they want. They want to shift gears now. Lally did. Opening said 12:45. By closing, it was 12:30. That's okay. Do it. They're allowed to do it. It's what the effect of it is on the jury when they see you just shifting. It didn't matter in Richard Allen. In Richard Allen, the defense in the opening literally said, I'm going to ask you guys to pay attention to their timeline. The one they just told you about. It's going to change by the time we get to the end of this trial. And you know why? It's going to have to change. They do whatever they want. It's supposed to be like the ramification of that. It's supposed to be you lose all credibility with the jury. And they're like, wait, what? So you came into this thinking one thing and then you switched to another. You didn't even know what it was. It should hurt their ability to get a conviction is what's supposed to happen from that. Boris gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Very generous. Thanks, Sammy. Boris comes back and says the jury instructions are going to be really important. Thankfully, the judge seemed more reasonable than Bev. I mean, we'll see. It seems like it. Music to My Soul says, just don't create false memories like Dever. I mean, I do. Not entire, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, but not like, oh, this whole entire thing happened. You guys know what I mean. Yeah, Dever's a fucking joke is all I'm supposed to be saying in response. It was a joke. Yes, I get it. Lindsay and Courtney, Jersey girl, and Symphony. Thanks for the jewels. Sunny Day Steph says, can't jury ask after deliberation? Well, the jury can, like when they're done, they can ask people questions. Yeah. I don't know who they'd be asking them of. Like, you mean call the prosecutors? I feel like, hey, I was on the jury. Get a question you never asked. I mean, they can do whatever they want after they're done deliberating, but I mean, it doesn't do us any good now. But yeah. And I'm probably missing something that goes back to Mary Tompkins. Thank you. And then we got Kyle. We got Mark. We've got Mark again. No, two different Marks. Mark Cunningham. And Mark, I've been avoiding having to say your last name all this time. You've been very active. Baumeister. And Anna with her 350. And not a juror, but I play one on YouTube. Thanks for the jewels. Jay Ryan says, does the ADA need oxygen with all that huffing and sighing? Yeah, right. We can send her a slimy self to the ER for the day. Oh, thanks, Law Nerd Amber. Thanks for your 21 months of support. And thanks for saying I deserve that food. I got me some. You stream all day. We get that you may need to eat, drink, or pee. Don't apologize. Thanks, Akasha. And then I did a loud gulp. So thanks, Lolly Lou. Jen says, go eat lunch. Fuel up. Thank you. Thank you, Lady Jane. Thank you, Junebug. ACD says, right, Allie, everyone's chemical makeup is different. I am on 1 milligram Xanax 2 times a day. That's a big dose for most people. But for me, it barely does anything. Yeah, it's crazy. Shanta said, I postponed my annual physical until after this trial since I know my blood pressure will be high. Can't wait for Shred to shred. Yes. All right, I think we're up to the top. Now let me go back to the bottom. Let me go where we left, because where we stopped. Okay, we did. Wait. No. Hold on. All right. Got you guys. Now we're up to shine on, you crazy diamond. Can an expert be removed from their position? It's not really like a position. It's like you come into court, you tell them your background and what your school and training is, and then they decide whether you've got enough specialized training to give something, to offer something, you know? So like that Diaz guy, he'll never probably be allowed to testify in a court of law because he's committed perjury, you know? But otherwise, like, even if your expert sucks, you can call him and then he just gets torn apart on cross, you know? But if someone presents false evidence or something like that, they're not going to let him call him again. And maybe they would, depending on how bad it was, and then just let him get torn up, you know? But the gatekeeping function would probably cut off with someone who already, oh, Shining Crazy Diamond says it again. Unless that's a duplicate. Otherwise, I just got double the money. You should look at your bill and you know, send that through as a duplicate. I don't know if you got charged twice for it. Darcy Lyon says, Allie, is it illegal to have evaluators do an evaluation at the same time? There's nothing illegal. The question, I guess, is it improper? It seems like it creates an inherent like bias. It's an issue, I think, that can be, you know, like, yeah, they absolutely compared notes. It's like they double teamed it. And I don't know if it's how improper it is, but it speaks to the independence of their report, you know. And maybe he could ask for, I'm sure he wouldn't be overkill, but maybe Sir Rebuttal to say why they could probably ask the questions. Maybe he'll have some time now with this break to come back and read like a guideline, like one of the things that doctors rely on like how to do things, that says you should never do X, Y, and Z. And if it's in there, they'll find it. But something stinks. Laurel Petty says, oh, became a member. Welcome, as my husband would say, family hug. James Horror says, love you, Allie. You're doing a great job covering the case. Well, thank you. Thank you. Amber Bergman says, Dietz called a non-existent Law and Order, cited a non-existent Law and Order episode, one based on Yates already aired after her trial. The reporter exposed his error. Resnick said psychiatric audience overwhelmingly rejected Dietz's opinion. He was chastised for it. Yeah, chastised the fuck out of. Sarah Mess, stop BFing. Stopping one medication, I think, came in through Tufts, Pat, and Nanny. Stopping, well, yeah, it goes with something that I said. BFing. I don't know. Came through Tufts, Pat, and the nanny. Everybody else out there probably knows what you're talking about. My brain's fried right now. Lessa Betancourt. Life this channel. Or love, probably. Either one. Can the prosecution choose to withdraw this witness and his testimony after this disaster of cross-examination? No. I mean, if something extreme happened, they could say they wanted to strike it, like he got, but they'd probably just have to dismiss the charges. If like something more extreme happened, like he got found that something he said was a complete and total lie. But they're not going to do that over the way this went down. That's for sure. I appreciate you and thank you. OC Shady, thank you. And then we got Tiffs and Lori Jane and Tiff again and Robin Loves Mike, all with the jewels. Thank you guys. B Mama RN just became a member. We got building up that, mental health, medical health, whatever health audience we got going in this chat. Love it. Mark Baumeister with some more jewels. Thank you. Vanny Yanny. My kids have false memories of me. Oh, yeah, mine too. And I had some of my parents, like I blamed my dad for something because like it just seemed like a thing that my dad would do. My mom was like, that was me. And I was like, no, you didn't do that. But my clear memory was my dad didn't. It's just probably because it was something I could better see my dad doing, not my sweet, wonderful mother. Not that it was like so horrible, but yeah, kids, they love to have false memory. I'm pretty sure Cameron's got them. The YouTubery. Can I say Nellie Olson gets on my nerves? Absolutely. Although I know who no one is, so I don't know who Nellie Olson is. Sorry to have to admit that to you. I should just let it go. Casey with the jewels. Eric C. Can prosecutors refuse to try a case? I mean, a prosecutor will tell you that they should, and they can give pushback, but at the end of the day, they got to do what it's their job. And if they're told to prosecute it, they prosecute it. So they can leave their job. Because if I worked in this office, I would lose some friends. Yeah, I believe you, Erica. And then we got Emily Benty, new member, family hug. Just Heidi. Did that guy deny PPD, insomnia, PPD, had nothing? I mean, he pretty much said it was like she had nothing. She had like not even, he wouldn't even call it generalized depression disorder. He called it a depressive episode as part of generalized depression disorder. That's like a minier version. He's fucking crazy, that guy. He should just never get hired again. Lori Jane, what the hell? Great expert, 10 case in 25 years. Yeah. Lena Justice Junkie, member for 4 months. Thank you for your continued support, Lena. Commonwealth killing careers, one defense attorney at a time. Yeah. Yeah. Breastfeeding. Red can use it. Yeah. I mean, Bob put some shit out there. Thanks, Iowa writer. And 19 months of support from the Not So Zen Jen. Happy anniversary to you. Alley rants were epic today. All right, guys. It's been a long one. I'm gonna have to join my husband tonight because if I want to see his face and like communicate with him, I might have to just do it on lives. Because by the time I get off, I want a little break. Then he gets on. And by the time he's off, he's ready for bed. He's like, oh, that's it. I'm out. I'm going night-night. And welcome, D. Kala 2. Family hug. All right, guys. I appreciate you. I appreciate you watching with me. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate everyone who has subscribed, our new subscribers. Love you all. Our new members, so many of you, love y'all, old and new. I mean, OGs in the house. Love this community. Love our mods. Gotta love us some Tracy. And thanks for being here. Thanks for watching with me. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, this will go up. Commercials will hit as soon as I end this live, and then it'll go up under videos, ad-free for members in case there's any part you want to go back and rewatch. You won't have any commercials. So thanks. And remember, without you, I'm just an old woman sitting around talking to myself. Bye.